All right. Okay, I'm going to do an official roll call to get us started, and then we'll call the meeting to order. So, Patrick Carrier,
Here.
Mike Graboulas,
Here.
Matt Pogson,
Here.
Inez St. James,
Here.
Marcy Schwartz. Is it Marcy Schwartz? She was not, oh, yeah. Marcy, you got to unmute yourself, please. Okay, well, we'll let the record show that I can, oh, Marcy, are you here? Okay. Barbara Brenneman? Present. Scott Halstead?
Here.
John Bibbert?
Here.
Keith Bibbert?
Here.
Thank you. It's all yours.
This is Barbara Brenneman speaking, and I would like to welcome you to the Town of Farmington's Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting of Monday, December 7th, 2020. Will you please join me in a pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
States of America.
for which it
To the
stands,
republic,
nation, under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
liberty,
liberty,
justice for all.
justice for all.
Thank you. Inez, would you read the call to order, please?
Yes, thank you. Town of Farmington Town Plan and Zoning Commission. Notice is hereby given that the Town Plan and Zoning Commission will hold an online public hearing Monday, December 7, 2020 at 7 p.m. on the following applications. Zhang Li, application for special permit to raise up to 10 hens at 28 Robin Road, R20 zone. JRF Management LLC and Kaoud Real Estate Development LLC, application for change of zone of a plus or minus 24.85 acre site with existing industrial buildings from C1 and BR to Midpoint Development District with master plan and special permit for mixed-use development, including commercial and multifamily uses and structures at 1371, 1349 Farmington Avenue, and adjacent lots H218 and H237 Farmington Avenue. At this hearing, interested persons may be heard. A copy of this proposal is online at https://www.farmington-ct.org/government-plan-zoning-commission, or please call the Planning Department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 19th day of November, 2020. Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Barbara Brenneman, Chair.
Thank you, Inez.
Welcome.
For the sake of those taking part in our meeting this evening, we do have an agenda that begins with new business, and we will under that schedule. We will also vote after each item so that we can move and not hold you here to the end of the evening for a decision. We'll begin this evening's new business with Bill and James Picard and Eagle Scout.
Madam Chair, excuse me, it's Inez St. James. I feel like, or I'm on my end hearing an echo. Am I the only one?
No, we're here, and I've looked, I've got almost everyone muted.
It's better now.
So-
No, never mind.
No, it's still there, and I don't
I think it's
know
coming
why.
from the person who has their phone number as their name.
It could be, let's see.
John, maybe?
so on the attendees,
Okay, let me try that. That's all right. Let me try. Okay. All right, we're gonna give that a try and see how we do. Dylan, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, sorry.
Sorry. Hello everyone, my name is Dylan Picard, and I'm looking to build a Gaga Ball pit at Union School. So a Gaga Ball pit is or a Gaga Ball is a activity that kids play where they're in a hexagonal ring and they try to hit the ball at each other in the knees or below. And it's a pretty popular activity for or with kids. So I was looking to build a pit for them at Union School that the students could use and the community could use after school hours. So my current build location is just behind the kindergartners or the preschoolers playground, because that's out of the way of the lanes needed for the Fireman's Carnival. Let's see. So currently the dimensions are 20 feet in diameter, and they're 2.5 feet tall, which there will be a door cut in to allow shorter people to enter the ring. And I talked about this with Miss Rutherford and the head of the fire department. Their biggest concern was just being in the way of the Fireman's Carnival. So it is out of the way now. Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if anyone has questions for you.
Questions, Patrick?
Yeah, are you going to be sealing the pressure treated at all, or anything like that to protect it from weathering?
Ceiling. I have to look into that. But right now I was just getting the material list itself. I probably will seal it. But as of now, I don't know yet.
Okay, thank you. No, that's it.
Mike?
No questions. I saw that everybody approved of the project. I think it's a nice project. I'm sure my kids will love it. Thanks.
Matt?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Inez?
No questions. I'm happy to see it. We are also Union School family from a long time ago. And we have many positive memories with my kids playing this. Good job.
Marcy?
I'm just going to add, I'm near Noah Wallace, and they do have one, and I do see lots of kids playing during the recess time. So I believe that it is, I agree that it's popular, and I think it sounds like a great project.
Scott?
No questions. I'll just echo what others have said. I've seen it at Winding Trails at summer camp, and it's incredibly popular. I think it's a great idea.
John?
John, you'll have to unmute yourself. I think it was your phone that was giving us feedback. Yeah, John, there you go.
Do you have
No
any
questions.
Keith, do you have any questions?
No questions. My son was in the one at West District just the other day, so these are a great idea, Dylan.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any questions. I applaud the effort of this young man and look forward to seeing the joy of the kids. Dylan, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in.
All right, thank you for having me. Bye.
Okay, we need to make, why, who's
Yeah,
talking?
No, it's the feedback, Barbara. So nobody's, I don't think anybody's talking. I think it's just we're getting feedback from a phone. That's okay.
We need to take action. We need a motion and a second to begin.
This is Ines St. James. I make the motion to accept the application from Dylan James Picard, Eagle Scout Project at Union Elementary School for the Gaga Pit.
Add a second, please.
Yeah, Patrick Carrier, I second.
Thank you, Patrick. Any further discussion? Anybody have any other issues? If not, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving along to the Scully, Nixon, and Reeve LLP sign application for 79 Main Street in Unionville.
Okay, I believe Bob Reeve is on.
Yep, I'm on, Shannon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We sure can. So we've got your sign application, and then I also have a site plan, if that's helpful.
Yep.
So,
Sure. Yep, we could start with that. This is an application to replace an existing sign, and the location is going to remain exactly where it is now, so you can see it there on the site plan. You may want to switch to the other sheet, Shannon.
Yeah.
Yep, so the existing sign, the content is out of date. It's also showing its age. It's well over 20 years old, so we'd like to replace it with a new sign in the same location, of the same size, same color scheme, the same materials as the existing. Going to replace that one weather-beaten post with two posts that will actually be a bit lower. As Shannon says, it's compliant with both the height and the size restrictions in your zoning regulations. So that's all I have. I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Robert Reeve. I'm a partner with Scully, Nixon, Reeve, the applicant on this application.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Patrick?
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Matt?
The only question is about the lighting. Obviously, the lights are going to be ground lit, facing upward. And the only lighting before that, just for clarification, was that the light that was at the top of the post? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I looked at the lights. I looked at the lights themselves, and they seem to be, I mean, not overly bright. But are these a dimmable style of light? If for some reason it is too offensive to drivers.
I believe they could be dim. They're quite similar to the lights that IN has put on their sign. So I think if that becomes a problem, we could certainly put that type of switch in there.
Okay. So that's all I had for questions, just a little bit about the lighting there. Otherwise, I think it looks very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inez?
No questions. I love the new sign.
Thank you.
Marcy?
I think it looks great. Thank you.
Scott?
Looks good. No questions. Thank you.
John? John's out to lunch again.
no, he's gonna have to unmute. So, John, you're gonna have to mute and unmute yourself each time, because it's your phone that's giving us feedback. Unfortunately.
No questions.
Thank you.
Keith?
No questions, thank you.
This is Barbara Brenneman. I don't have any questions about the application. Any other conversation from the commissioners? If none, we need to take action, please. Have a motion and a second.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to approve the sign application for 79 Main, Scully, Nixon, Reeve, LLP for 79 Main Street in Unionville as presented.
May I have a second, please?
Marcy Schwartz, I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving
Thank you.
on to Ion Bank, modifications to prior approval of new bank at 79 Main Street in Unionville.
I believe we have Greg Rosen on the phone.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is well and safe. Thank you for having us. So I received an email from Bruce.
Yeah, can you identify yourself for the record with who you're associated with?
Sure, it's Greg Rosen, NES Group, president of NES Group, Mansfield, Mass, and representing Ion Bank project.
Thank you.
I also have with me Tom Chidina. He is our lead architect from our architectural firm, DRL Architects, and Tom is on the line also. So if there's any specific questions, Tom can answer. So we received an email from Bruce regarding our original presentation on the Ion Bank project that was approved, and that there had been some changes that was submitted with the plans that were approved by the building department. And then since then, there were some other small changes, and he felt that they were significant enough to come back to the board for their input. And first, I just want to share that I guess shame on us for not realizing that we needed to come back to you relative to these small changes. So I'd like to go through them with you, and in no manner we were trying to hide anything regarding this. If you recall, for those that were on the committee when we were approved, we originally had a building that had a front entrance. And then through many discussions, we were asked to change the building to a side entrance. And we moved pretty rapidly to try to make these changes. During that time, we had not even completed our interior floor plans. So upon the completion of the floor plans and the drive up and the way the offices were going to lay out, we had a drive up side that, and I guess before I get to the drive up side, since we're on the front, we had a hip roof that we had designed. And during that scenario, we had been evaluating the hip roof, never feeling that it was the best application to the design of the building. So our architect created a gable front that is going to be coming up. And we felt that this had a much better application to the building. We felt it fit in and it gave the entrance a little more significance and blended nicely with the design of this building. So we had presented some schemes to the bank, and they thought it was a great change. So before the construction began, we had this gable change. And again, I apologize that we didn't come to you to seek approval for this small change. So that was number one. Number two, that was brought to our attention on the drive-up side of the building. There we go. We had originally just shown some windows. I just want to, as you can see, this elevation had the front, original front elevation. And as you can see, we had approximately 4 windows on the side of the building with an ATM surround around the ATM and night depository. Upon the completion of the floor plans, there was no need to have the windows on that side base that we had the drive up and cars traveling by. So we moved one window in front of the ATM, and that's what we ended up doing. So we put one window here, we eliminated the other windows and just bricked them up. And then the surround that was being shown on the building was, and my architect gave me the dimensions, just under 6 feet in height, the original design. And this new surround that you're looking at right here is approximately 8 feet. So it's about 2 feet taller in height. Now, this is not provided by the general contractor. This is a piece of equipment we call a surround that was applied with graphics on a board that we previously installed, and then we painted the brownstone color above and below to try to blend into the building, to the areas. We didn't use brick because the type of application and use of this surround just wouldn't work well on brick, plus with the bump outs, the ATM night depository. So the image that we originally presented was just an image of a surround that we used similar at their last branch. So upon the completion of this, it's the same width, it's just about 2 feet taller in height. So again, Bruce wanted us to come back to you and have discussion. So those are the items, unless I'm missing anything. There was the front gable, the surround is slightly taller, and we eliminated some windows.
Okay.
Questions?
Commissioners, questions? Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, so the gable, change doesn't seem to be too significant, but the elimination of the windows, Shannon, or maybe somebody else could help me with this, but is that something that the planning and zoning, I mean, when we see the original building and people come out for the public hearing and they see that, is that considered a significant change? If three out of the 4 are missing?
Significant. So for me personally, I'm less concerned with the windows and more concerned with the surround, but that's why we wanted this to come back before the commission. I don't believe those were, I believe they were faux windows, because obviously as you're coming into the bank, that's where the tellers are, et cetera. So I don't believe you were seeing into the bank from those windows. I don't know, Mr. Rosen, can you confirm that?
As I mentioned prior to that, the floor plan hadn't been completed, so unbeknownst to exactly where offices were going to be, workrooms were going to be, we had shown windows around, and now that the floor plan was completed, it's in security areas that we wouldn't have any visibility into, so we'd end up just screening them off or tinting them. And a lot of the times we find when we put additional windows where car exhaust is sitting, if you're at an ATM, it just gets into the building and then causes a bigger problem where the only window that's exposed is a window after the drive up when cars are leaving.
Okay, yeah, Patrick Carrier, I guess when I look at this, I think about the neighbor who's, right on the side, on that side, and, he's probably followed this all the way through, and, I just would wonder what he would think if he figured he was looking at that, and now they're not there, I mean, I understand that obviously the floor plan changed, but from an architectural standpoint, it seems like it's a big change, but I look forward to hearing from my other commissioners.
Thank you, Patrick. Mike?
Yeah, I'm really just looking at the drive-up graphics. Those are very loud compared to what was on the initial application. Other than that, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Matt?
Well, I agree with the graphics, and I wonder if that falls under being a sign. I mean, it is a sign, basically, on the side of the building. So is that going to be falling under the parameters of what's allowed for a sign, or are we not counting it as a sign? Because that could open up a whole can of worms if we're not counting it as a sign. So I'm concerned about that. And on top of that, I don't think it's as cosmetically appealing to not have those windows, but I do understand the concerns of the vehicles coming through. And even if it is a faux window, I could see that being an issue. And I don't believe that it's really noticeable from the road. But I am just a bit concerned about the graphics more than the windows. Although, like I said, the windows definitely make the building more aesthetically pleasing. So I do have some concerns about it, but again, I will defer to the other commissioners as well, and I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Thank you. Inez?
Thank you. Did and I don't know what to call it, the actual ATM, the machine, the mechanism, did that change in size too, or no?
No, I mean, again, it was a graphic illustration of an opening. So it's the same ATM that they've used in their other locations. And then there's a night depository. So the left was like a square for an ATM and the right is for a night depository. And if you go back to the graphics, if I can ask, and certainly continue with your questions on the original design. So again, this was a rendering. So these are really the same similarity to graphics that we used in the other location. They've just been tweaked slightly with the swooshes, I guess I'd call them. And this was never intended, again, this is graphically just being shown. This wasn't, Bruce mentioned something about being light gray. It was always intended to be white. And this is approximately 6 feet tall, and now we're at 8 feet. So that's Ion's colors and graphics. So it's just the swooshes. And it's a really interesting question about if it's considered signage. I mean, we really don't have, I'm not even sure if we even put their name on it. We just had some graphic striping. It says banking your way anytime. It doesn't even have their name on it. So I don't know if they would consider that signage or, you know, colors on a building. Again, it was an image that we put on the original rendering knowing it was going to be similar to that. And this is an application of what it's going to look like when it's completed.
I did not go by recently, so this is already in place?
I believe it was installed. The panels were up. We were just waiting for the graphics to go on, and I haven't been down there recently, but I believe they should be completed. And I know we sent, we might have sent one more picture that we had taken, which was superimposing what it would actually look like installed. And I don't know if you have that with you, and I don't know if I can even share screens with you or not, but I could try to find that and pull it up if that would help you. It was actually the side of the building. We applied it in a real picture with the
That would be actually helpful to see.
Yep, let me see if I can.
Yeah, this is what you had sent to me.
Yep, let me just take a look and see if I can.
This is Matt Pogson speaking. I do believe we received that in our packet. I have a picture I'm looking at right now that looks like that, superimposed on the real building.
Okay, Matt,
And
thank
that
you.
would be your most similar of how it would look. I'm just gonna, I don't know if each of you have that or you don't have it.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
There you go. Sorry, that's great. So this would be how this would actually look when completed. So you can see that it's been, you know, painted above and below to give the brownstone, and that would be the actual graphic.
Looking at this, I actually agree with Patrick. It kind of looks like it has one eye. It doesn't look appealing from that side to me. You know, I know the building is lovely, and you worked hard with the town and the historic committee, but it just looks a little strange to me with that one window. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
And again,
Marcy?
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was saying this picture does not show the paved lot, the landscaping, so I think that this looks very bare, but when you put landscaping around it and growth of trees, aside of a drive-up building, I'm not sure the aspect of between functionality or attractiveness, we're trying to do the best of both, and I thought we certainly did that in the change of our building. And I understand relative to opinions on graphics, but this is Ion's brand, as if any other company had branding, it's their brand. So that's who they are.
Hey, Greg, can I add something?
Yes, thanks, Tom.
This is Tom
Yeah,
Chadino from.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
from-
Please identify yourself, yep.
Sure. Tom Chadina. I'm from DRL Architects. I'm the architect for the project. I do want to just add to what Greg has said that if you look at the site plan, the approved landscaping plan, there is a evergreen hedge that is a 5.5 to 6 foot tall evergreen hedge that is along not only the neighbor side, but it actually turns along the front. So this is going to be very difficult to see from the street.
Thanks, Tom.
You should have that landscape plan in your original package, but I can shoot it over if it's helpful.
It would have been in the original. I don't have it here, and I don't, there isn't a mechanism for me to get it, capture it, and get it up on the screen at this point.
We even developed swales to try to drop down and help prohibit lights. So a lot of attention to detail on the landscaping was spent to hide the side of the building and mask, that part of the drive-through.
Okay, Marcy?
Yeah, hi. I don't have any comment. It seems like it's fine to me. Just
Scott?
No questions.
John Vibert?
John, are you still there?
Hello, did you hear me?
Now we do.
No questions.
Thank you.
Keith Vibert?
I would just express the same concerns that Patrick did initially, which was, I remember when we did this initial public hearing, there was quite a few people from the neighborhood that came out with specific concerns about the way the building was going to look, the signage, how the drive-through was going to function. It does seem like there's a fair amount of changes here. So I just, again, would be curious as to the neighbor's perspective, or if there's enough here that it needs to go, further with another public hearing. I try to not be the person to overcomplicate things, but I specifically remember this earlier this year with a number of people expressing concerns about the look of the neighborhood in regards to this building. That's my only comment.
This is Barbara Brenneman. I don't have any comment to make. Do we have other conversation from the commissioners? Anybody else?
Ms. Brenneman, this is Mr. Pogson. I just have one question. Since you have this specific picture brought up on the screen, Shannon, could you scroll down a little bit? I would like some clarification on something. My memory, I haven't been down that way in that direction, but are we saying that what was presented is the picture with the people walking through it, and what was built is what is below? Is that correct?
No, the opposite.
The opposite.
Yeah, the hip roof was what was presented, and we decided to revise it to the gable, which I think really.
Okay. Yes, I fully agree with that. I was just switching it and inverting it, and I appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much.
All right, we need to take action on this, please. We need a motion and a second.
Well, this is Marcy, and I will make a motion to approve the Ion Bank modifications on the side of the building with the drive-up self-service teller.
We don't want to isolate it just to that, correct?
We're and the gable?
We have to include everything that they've presented this evening.
Okay,
Well-
so can we also include the gable? I'm sorry. The small canopy and the west drive-through on the side of the building. I need to.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Patrick Carrier, a second.
Is there further discussion? The commissioners?
This is Inez. I
sorry?
don't, this is Inez St. James. I just feel like it doesn't look great. And these were definitely faux windows, right? They were not, they're not structurally important.
The original windows?
Yeah.
So one thing, just to correct Greg, we actually did have a plan, and those were offices in the original plan. When the entrance got moved, it shifted where the teleline and the bathroom was. And so right now, the way it's laid out on the inside, that is the bathroom, that back corner, and the back of the teller area and the janitor's closet. So that's why we eliminated those windows. They were not faux windows.
Okay, so doesn't that matter though, structurally in a building? Or this is not my expertise at all, but I thought windows, doors, they're there for a reason, like air circulation or stability. I don't know.
They would not be required in those locations, no.
Shannon, is the town, I mean, I know we're dealing with the situation, but are we okay with the modifications?
We have to vote on it this evening.
Well,
The town,
so I voiced my opinion, so you can request additional so I let you know my thoughts on the agenda review, and that was shared with the applicant.
Okay.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to share other opinions in the meetings that I don't vote. But you can request additional information. You can decide that it's significant and require a public hearing. That's allowed under Article 2, Section 12 of your regulations. You can request that they modify. You don't like what's here, but you want them to come up with something else, and they can come back in January. It doesn't have to be approved this evening. There's a motion and a second to offer discussion. So you will have to close out that motion and second. But that's.
so I'm doing the discussion too early, is that what you're saying?
No, this is what, so we did a motion and a second, and now we have discussion. And so if you can amend the motion, we can rescind the motion, you can
got it. Okay.
deny the motion, you can deny the motion. And then if any of those things happen, then you can offer to the applicant what your feedback is to provide a change that would take place then at the next, what your expectations are for receipt at the next meeting.
Thank you for clarifying.
Absolutely.
There is a motion, second on the floor. We need to vote on that, please.
Well, Patrick Carrier, we're still discussing. I mean, I do think that the landscape is going to make a big difference. That the trees that are there now is going to shield that side. I guess my only concern, I mean, I think it's going to look great as far as the windows goes. That's what I originally brought up. It just, that's a big change when in my mind, when you consider that the neighbor on the side there wasn't too keen on the project, and now, if I recall, I mean, he's pretty much looking at something different than what he saw before. So that's it. I mean, I do think though that it's going to look good. I mean, that's my opinion, with all the landscaping, the extensive landscaping that's there.
Okay. I mean, but it is different than what we voted on, right? Or what was presented.
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct, which is why it's back before you.
Right. And I appreciate the architect speaking up, but, I was thinking about these windows and, faux window versus a real window, but apparently there's no impact to the structure overall, which is fine. I just, if everyone took that liberty, I know in the grand scheme of things, it's not huge, but if everyone in town operated that way, we would have all kinds of chaos. So I just felt like it warranted that discussion. Thank you.
And again, we truly apologize for, unbeknownst that we needed to come back. I mean, I've been doing this for 34 years. I should know better. We didn't even think about it. We made some tremendous changes on this building from our original design, from a front entrance to a side entrance to try to meet timing and get things through. And as Tom mentioned, this actually is going to shed less light into the neighbor by having windows that go into a space that may be lit. It's going to be more dark space. The landscaping is going to cover it. This is the side of a building of an ATM. So again, we understand your position. I certainly respect that comment, but I just, again, want to reiterate it was not done to sneak anything behind the doors. Didn't even know until Bruce called us and said, Greg, we got to talk about this.
And not a building background, but if to put in, and I have no idea what I'm saying, but to do a faux window, that would be massive undertaking at this point?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, to take out brick and then start bringing in steel lentils and finished areas,
Okay.
Bathrooms, backwards.
Okay, I wasn't sure what if you can just add something so it visually looks.
Yeah. Security areas and teller, it would,
Okay.
it wasn't the offices as originally designed. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mike Gravoulis. I agree that the windows throw it a different look, but I do agree that the plantings there will change the look of it. The other thing I really do have an issue with is the drive up. I'm looking at the original renderings of the ATM drive up, and I'm fine with the colors of Ion Bank. This is much taller than the original. I think that if it stayed the same height, I don't think I would have an issue. I mean, the one on there on the screen, I'm comfortable with. How come it had to come up so high?
Thank you. And if that's a decision that this board makes, that you'd like us to modify it back down the 2 feet, certainly we'll take responsibility and have that done. It was just more basis of just fitting into the space, and the designer, which was not our part of the design. It was another firm that designs their marketing and graphics, created a design of a graphic slightly taller and presented it, and Ion liked the circumference and the look of it, and they moved in that direction. But I have spoken to the client, and certainly if that is your direction to shorten it, then we will redesign that graphic and have it shortened. That is accomplishable compared to taking out.
Absolutely. No. Yeah, I'm all right with the other things. I think that I'd be more comfortable if that drive-through sign was reduced by 2 feet.
I think this is Tom from DRL again. I think it had to do more, the graphics person who does the bank's graphics and all of their branches. It was the proportions. They have certain aspects and proportions that they work with these logos. And the way we had originally shown it was just too squat for them. It didn't work with their normal fonts and proportions of the swoosh. So that's why it grew. And we just, as Greg said, we just sort of lost sight of the fact that it had grown beyond what we had originally shown.
Yeah. I don't know how the other commissioners feel about that, but that's my opinion of it. And I appreciate you explaining that.
As I said a couple of times now, we have a motion and a second. We can amend that motion if the maker allows, and have the reduction of that panel be part of the amendment. And that would be something maybe Mike or Patrick or somebody else might make a motion to amend the existing motion and get that seconded and approved before we would approve any additional final motion.
Do we want to hear from everyone though, or?
The voting members, yeah.
Yeah, please, sorry.
So
this is Matt Pogson. If we're going to go, are we going to go down the list of voting members to discuss our perspectives?
We kind of have been
would you
doing
like
it.
to do
and
that, Matt? Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually just agree with what Mike was just saying, and I do believe that bringing that sign down to what was originally approved would be, I think, ideal in this circumstance. The windows are a major architectural change, however, can't be seen from the road, and actually probably will be better for the neighbor in the long run. The only other thing I noticed as I've been going back and forth between these pictures is that the soffit of that that overhang comes down over the bricks at the top of the building, as opposed to the original proposal, which looks as if that was a slightly higher roof. I think that might be throwing us off a little bit as well, because it looks as if that was supposed to be, the soffit was supposed to be in line with the soffit of the rest of the building, not lower by about 1.5 feet. And I think that might be giving us an odd visual. If you look back, you're doing exactly what I'd like to look at, back and forth there, Shannon, where the two lights are. That area is, yeah, that's covered up there, and it's not in the original application. So I think that's why it looks so much bigger even than it might be. Yeah, that whole area is actually much lower. I mean, that's probably 1 foot at least. Those bricks are 8-inch or 12-inch bricks, so you're probably looking at, 1 foot. So anyways, I mean, we could probably leave that soffit. I think they probably wanted to bring it down for the lighting, But I agree that the panel needs to shrink down to fit the way that it was originally. And I would definitely approve of that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Marcy?
Sorry, I still am, I'm kind of all set with it. I don't really have an issue with the change. So I'm good.
We have a decision to make. Is there someone that wants to make an amendment to the original motion?
Sure, Mike Bullis. How would you like this amended? The removal of the portion about the,
Reduction to the original size? Is that what we're asking for?
Yeah, a reduction to the original height should suffice.
okay, I make a motion to amend the application, the approval to include a reduction to the original size of the drive-through paneling.
I need a second to that amendment, please.
Patrick Carrier, I second.
All right, on the amendment, the voting members, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention?
Abstain.
Okay, Marcy abstained.
Okay.
That does still amend
Mhm.
the original motion. We should now vote on the original motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll get on that.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 402 Farmington Avenue LLC to accept an application for change of zone from BR and R80 to Special Innovation Zone and site plan approval for multifamily development of lots 40 and 40B1 Farmington Avenue, also known as 8231 and 9249 Farmington Avenue, and schedule public hearing with a recommended hearing date of January 11th, 2021. May I have a motion, please?
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to accept the application from 402 Farmington Ave LLC for change of zone from BR and R80 to Special Innovation Zone and site plan approval for multifamily development at lots 40 and 40B1 Farmington Avenue, also known as 8231 and 9249 Farmington Avenue, and schedule public hearing on January 11th, 2021.
May I have a second, please?
Marcy Schwartz, I second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstention? Motion carries. Next new business, Elizabeth Wood, accept an application for special permit for childcare use at 2 Spring Lane and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of January 11th, 2021. May I have a motion, please?
This is Ines St. James. I make the motion to accept the application from Elizabeth Wood for special permit for childcare use at 2 Spring Lane and schedule public hearing for January 11th, 2021.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
This is Marcy and Schwartz, and I second the motion.
All right, there is a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to public hearings, Zhang Li, application for special permit to raise up to 10 hens at 28 Robin Road in an R20 zone.
Okay, I believe the owner is on. If you could introduce yourself and then explain what you would like to do, please, for the commission.
Hi, can you hear me? I don't know how it works. This is my first time buying the chicken for my kids, and we bought them at July, and we tried to raise them together as pets. And as the chickens grow, we build the chicken coop together with the kids, and they were enjoying it. We built all the fence. We built chicken coop with the chicken runs with all the fence around, even on the top too. So no predator can get into it. We don't free range chickens, or we keep them chicken runs all times. And I have some picture to show. I don't know if you can see it on my iPad.
Are these the pictures that you shared with us? I've got them up here on the screen.
No, I got more big. These are the chicken runs. And these are I clean them like once a couple weeks to for the chickens. That's how I clean it. And some feature for the chickens, we feed them vegetable, rice. I built a picnic table with them. And a swing. And me and my kids drawing with the chickens. That's it. I don't know.
Okay. And does this, you can see this on your computer screen, does this represent, this is where the
Yes,
coop is located?
that's the locations, yes.
At the back of the home, okay.
Commissioners? Patrick?
So this is existing then, right? Is that, I understand that correctly? Obviously, these pictures were taken?
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so, so they're already there, and so I guess we're being asked to allow it, even though they're already there, right? Is so.
Right.
So Patrick, there hadn't been a permit in place, so we received notification. Somebody had complained, so Bruce went out and took a look, and we found that yes, there are chickens there. So when this happens, we inform the landowners that they can either get rid of the chickens or they can come and get a permit and make this a legal use for their property. So it happens actually quite frequently with the chickens, which is actually what prompted the conversation at the end of the last meeting with making a change to the regulations, so, which is on my to-do list.
Yeah, okay, Patrick Carey again, okay. And then your immediate neighbors, I mean, I did read through some of the stuff. What are your immediate neighbors? You've had conversations with them?
I talked to my my left and right neighbor because I don't have a rooster. They don't crow. So right now I only have 4 hens, but the person are trying to get fresh eggs for the kids. And sometimes they can join play with the kids with the chicken too.
Okay, no more questions for me.
Mike?
I might have got some of my paperwork mixed up tonight. I have a paperwork that was right in front of it for an LED floodlight. Was that in relation to this application?
No.
Is there going to be any lighting on this? Okay.
No.
Okay. I don't know what that was for. For the applicant, just you're comfortable with the no roosters and no more than 10 hens at any one time. I see that they're already suitably confined, it would seem. And you're comfortable with the review in 1 year. If there's any complaints, then we can revisit this.
Yeah, I don't think he realized the question. So, Dang Lee, are you comfortable with the conditions that there's no roosters, no more than 10 hens, and that we'll review this here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Matt?
Well, I'm just, again, I'm going through the paperwork like Mike. We received correspondence for this, did we not, in our packet?
Yep, you did. When we got to public comment, I was gonna put it back up, but yes, you're correct. There is public correspondence that was one from,
Okay.
8 Robin Road.
And where is this person in relation to the homeowner? Where's the residence, 28 Robin Road?
I am the resident and the owner.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Who, the person who wrote this, and sent it in is at 18 Robin Road. So is that, 10 houses or 5 houses down, or is that?
I believe there's 3 houses on my left.
Okay, okay. So this is not one of your next door neighbors. This is a couple houses down.
Yes.
Okay, and have
3
you
houses.
spoken, what's that? I apologize.
He's 18 Robin Road. That's, I believe, is 3 houses on my left.
Okay. Have you spoken with anyone else in the neighborhood besides your neighbors that are right next to you about any concerns? Have you heard from this neighbor?
Yes, because I know there's one of the neighbor on the street. They have rooster before. That's why they get complained, because I didn't know anything about that. And one of the neighbor came over and talked to me. I just told them, yeah, I don't have a rooster, so I don't have the problem. And then I just follow the Sandra send me the email do the apply for the permits for the chickens.
Okay. All right. That's very good. At this time, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Inez?
No questions, thank you.
Marcy?
I have no questions.
Scott?
No questions, thank you.
John?
No questions.
Keith?
No question.
Thank you. The applicant had any other public comments to present? Do we have anyone else?
So, do you want me to ask for the public? You mean, oh, okay. So for the public, if anyone from the public has any comments regarding this application, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom, and you'll be allowed to speak regarding this application. Again, one more time, if anyone has any public comment regarding this application, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom, and you'll be acknowledged. Okay, I'm seeing none. And so the only correspondence, the only public comment was the written correspondence, as Mr. Pogson noted, that came in and was shared with it's up on the screen and was shared with the commission members and the applicant.
Mr. Lee, do you have anything you'd like to submit?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'll close this public hearing. And we need to take action on this public hearing, please.
This
Need a
is
motion?
this is Matt Pogson. I make a motion to approve the application for a special permit to raise up to 10 hens at 28 Robin Road, with the condition that there shall be no roosters on the property. There shall be no more than 10 hens at any time, and they shall be suitably confined. And the special permit shall be reviewed in 1 year at the time, and the commission will review any complaints, concerns to this use, and can choose to revoke the special permit or make it permanent at that time.
Ines St. James, second.
Any further conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You're all set.
All right, thank you.
We'll follow up with you in a day or two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next public hearing. JRF Management LLC in Kawood Real Estate Development LLC.
I don't hear you.
Application for change of zone of a plus or minus 24.85. Excuse me?
Somebody talking.
Excuse me?
Somebody was talking behind
Oh,
the scenes.
okay. A 24.85 acre site with existing industrial building from C1 and BR to Midpoint Development District with a master plan and a special permit for mixed-use development, including commercial and multifamily uses and structures at 1731 and 1349 Farmington Avenue and adjacent lots, 8218 and 8237 Farmington Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to hear from the applicant regarding this matter. Thank you.
Shannon?
Good
Okay.
evening.
This
Madam
is Phil Doyle. Do you have Robin there?
Yes,
Yep, they're ready to go.
Okay, good.
good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the commission. My name is Robin Pearson. I'm an attorney with the firm of Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicants, and they are JRF Management LLC, which is the owner of the property for which this application has been filed, along with Cayude Real Estate Development LLC, which is the contract purchaser and will be an intended developer of a portion of the property. The principals of both of those entities are Jeff Scott for JRF Management LLC, and also for the Cayude Real Estate Development LLC, it's Barbara Duffy and Abe Cayude. All three are here, and while they're not going to be actively participating in the presentation, should there be any questions for them, we can certainly have them unmuted and answer your questions. The application is for a change of zone for the property at issue. It is a bit unique in that this particular zone change application has a master plan component, which is something I understand you have not dealt with actively with applications that have come before you yet, although of course you recently approved the Midpoint Development District regulation, which calls for this unique setup with a zone change and a master plan approval at the same time, which will control any future development on the site under the new zoning. The your Midpoint Development District regulation, which authorizes this, was approved in 2019, in the fall of 2019, and can be found under Article 2, Section 32 of your regulations. And as you'll hear as we go through our presentation this evening, we've carefully responded to all of the requirements that are set out in that fairly comprehensive regulation in order to give you a very well thought out application for consideration as to whether or not this first application under the regulation should be approved. Also part of this application is a request for a special permit for enumerated uses, which by approving the special permit at this time will authorize those uses to be initiated on the site pursuant to the site plan constrictions of the master plan that you approve. Our goal in filing this is to meet the criteria of your plan of conservation and development and the regulation with regard to the goal of this particular zone. And that is, we are intent on presenting you with a vibrant mixed-use community featuring the rehabilitation of the existing, mostly, but certainly not entirely vacant commercial and industrial structures on the site today, and also to be able to convert those to commercial as well as residential uses. And also a big component of this application is the proposal to create new residential housing on the site as multifamily residences. All of this is really the centerpiece of this development will be its proximity to the river, but more importantly, it'll be the utilization and creation and the build out of the Farmington Heritage Canal Trail across the site and along the Farmington River. That is the impetus behind really this whole regulation. Our desired outcome is to have a community ultimately, which will be one that will allow people to live and work and play within the site itself, utilizing pedestrian and bike opportunities, bicycling opportunities that will be built into this development plan in order to allow the people who live there to really reduce their dependence on the automobile. And if you approve this development proposal, the zone change, the master plan, and the special permit uses, we will then take that approval and work to further work out our plans and come back to you at some point in the future with a site plan application to finalize the approvals that would be necessary for this site. At this point, we do not need to get an inland wetland application or approval because there's no specific development that's being proposed at this juncture, because all we're talking about now is the zone change and master plan. No one can build on the site without the site plan approval, and it's at that point that we will have had to go to inland wetlands with the inland wetland application prior to the site plan being decided by you. But we have met with them informally, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. So before getting into the specifics of the application, I'd just like to note certain things for the record. One is that the signs as required have been posted. The notices as required have been mailed. You have also received a comprehensive set of materials on end of October, October 28th, I think was our filing date, which contain numerous documents and reports and analyses that document all the ways that we believe this application meets your requirements of the Midpoint Development District. And they include a narrative on the consistency of our meeting with the requirements or goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development, as well as how we are responsive to the numerous requirements for submission under the Midpoint Development District regulation. We have provided you with plans, we have site plans, existing plans, and so you'll have a good understanding of this particular site and what we propose to do with it, as well as conceptual elevations as required. We provided you with a narrative exploring the site history. We've also provided you with a traffic analysis, which looks at the implications on both on-site and off-site traffic circulation with regard to our conceptual proposal at this point. And you also even have a conceptual design for the stormwater system. I say conceptual, but hopefully you've had a chance to look through these documents, and in fact, they are very, very detailed already. A lot of time has gone into preparing this. We've worked for over a year on this design concept and the ways in which it could be responsive to your POCD. And we're very pleased with where we are at this point in the process, and certainly hope that you'll feel the same way after we've gone through all the materials this evening. And speaking of the materials this evening, let me tell you who will be presenting. Phil Doyle will start off. You know Phil, he's with LADA. He is our project designer and is a landscape architect, and he'll go through the overall design concept for this development. He'll be followed by Tom Daly, who is a PE, an engineer with Milone and McBroom. He's going to touch on the utilities, and we do have some interesting difficulties with the layout of the utilities on the site that have had to play a big role in shaping how this development has laid out. He'll be followed by Queasy Brown, who is a traffic engineer also with Mylona McBroom. And as I mentioned, he'll go through the traffic analysis that we've done to date. And we'll finalize our presentation to you with Todd Clark coming up and talking to you about the architectural components of this design. He is an architect with Blue Moon Architects. And I'm going to just start out by orienting you with regard to the site. And to that end, I'd like to refer to this particular sheet L2 that is up before you. As I mentioned, the Midpoint Development District zoning is only available to those sites that were identified in your recent revision to the Plan of Conservation and Development, the 2018 Plan of Conservation and Development, that are identified in Chapter 9 of that plan. And it's only these sites that are outlined in red, identified in your plan as being sites to which the Midpoint Development District zone can apply. Only there, nowhere else. And those sites were designed as being particularly appropriate for this type of development. The reason you adopted this goal in your Plan of Conservation and Development in section 9.1 was to take note of the fact that in 2015 and 2016, JRF bought 26 acres of this really unique site, which borders to the north on Farmington Avenue, Route 4, and to the south along the Farmington River, and is adjacent also to a larger portion of the property that, or another portion of area that could someday be also accommodate an MDD district development application. You recognized when you adopted your Plan of Conservation and Development that these properties are unique and that as currently zoned, they might end up with a development that is not ideal for this site. They're zoned BR and C1 right now. They would allow, for instance, retail strip developments, among many other things. And you were looking for something that would be much more sensitive to this particular location and provide an incentive for continuation of the canal trail through this particular piece of property. Our piece is outlined in yellow. It is 24.85 acres in size. On the opposite side of Farmington Avenue are the Lakeview Apartments, a multifamily development. So there's certainly something similar in nature in terms of the multifamily aspects that have already been developed on that side of the property. To the west is town parkland. And as I mentioned, to the east is other industrially, commercially zoned land, which could utilize this zone. And to the south is the Farmington River. The next slide I'd just like to show you is this shows you exactly the area of the zone change and identifies the parcels that are involved. Up in the upper left-hand corner is the piece that is home to the McCullum building. I think that's 1371 Farmington Avenue. Further to the east is parcel A, which is 1349 Farmington Avenue. Yeah. And then below it is the undeveloped parcels, parcels C and D. And between them, they are the ones that have the BR zone on the piece that's furthest to the east. So the total acreage again is 24.85. And before turning this over to Phil to go through the specifics of the development, I'd just like to note for you that we have already gone to the Economic and Development Commission. We appeared before them on November 18th and had a nice discussion with them. You, I believe, have in your file a supportive letter from them. We also made an appearance before the Architectural Design Review Committee on November 19th, and they found that the application was very exciting, but they definitely had some things that they wanted us to take under advisement and consider with regard to changes that we might want to take a look at and see if it would be possible to accommodate within the within our master plan. We did go to the Inland Wetland Agency informally, and that was just recently on December 2nd, and had a good discussion with them. Their conversation was particularly centered around the rail to trail, which they were very excited about the potential for that being continued through the site. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Phil Doyle and get the actual specifics of the application underway. Phil?
Great. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for hearing us this evening. I'm Philip Doyle. I'm a land planner from LEDA over in Simsbury. We've been working on this plan for quite some time. Robin's comment about the length of time stirred my memory, but I think probably been working on this for 2.5 or 3 years, and working with the developers and with the town staff in trying to understand the site and put some plans together. And I think Robin's one of her last comments about the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail, the bike path, has been one of the drivers from the beginning on the project, and the impetus for it. A number of years ago, we had conversations with the then town planner, Bill Warner, and as he was working on the 2018 POCD update, and along with that, some plans, master planning trail connections. And much of what we're looking at tonight flows from all of those activities. And you'll see on the plan that's up on the screen that Shannon has up, on the left-hand side of that screen is the Heritage Canal Trail. And my understanding is that the two of the principal drivers here in your ultimate approval of the MDD zone have been, one, a desire to interconnect the town not only with roads but with alternate means of transportation, also known as bike paths or trails, but two, a recognition that these sites have lain fallow for quite some period of time. And you'll notice in the large amount of information we provided, some of it was in a hard copy, a book that was 1.5 inches thicker or so. Others of you might have just received it electronically, but there was a report in there on history. And if we flip to the next sheet, for years, 40 years, I've been driving past these buildings, really until a few years ago, really never knew what was happening here. And this is the what we call the McCallum building, but it was a concrete building. It was built occupied in 1924 by Winchell Smith. And he had retired and was looking at running a grain and seed operation. So this was developed as a warehouse and let's call it a factory for grain and types of seed, and it's a very solid concrete building. It's primarily 4 stories tall with that tower that goes up another couple of stories. The upper stories on this building are only, we call it 8 feet, but it's probably 7 floor to floor. Very, very condensed building, hard to reuse. And the building's been sitting there unoccupied. So I think the town staff was looking at this saying, how can we do something? How can we envision some zoning that might spur some interest that would bring some life to this property. And that's where I think the trail connection and the rezoning and the rebuilding of this site sort of all conjoined. And I think one can think of perhaps Collinsville, where a number of years ago, the Collins Company at that point was wiped out by the 55 flood. They moved to South America in '64, and they laid fallow for years. With the bike path coming along, that whole area has rejuvenated. So there's sort of a history in the valley of things like that happening. And this sheet shows really what we have. We've got in the lower left-hand corner a metal building that's unoccupied that was sitting there since the 50s. Jeff Scott has built recently the hot dog stand that has been successful. The building, the main building, the McCallum building, is partially occupied on the lower level by an auto parts facility. The building carries its name, McCallum, because in 1940 or so, it was purchased by a McCallum company that was an auto parts company. The upper floors of the building are entirely unoccupied, except that recently with COVID, the school system, Farmington school system, has come along and has rented some space to store excess desks, things that they had to move out to create more space in the school buildings. The last picture in the lower right-hand corner of this sheet shows the back of the McCallum building, and there's a trestle that comes in from the what is now the bike path, and you can see a grain hopper below and a covered trestle where hopper cars used to unload. It's all very interesting architecturally, but what happens is the whole back of the building is basically a solid concrete wall. So there's no windows on the back of the building, and that's probably one of the things that's made it difficult to reuse as time has gone on. Shannon, can we go to the next slide? The rest of the site, if you looked at the history section that we wrote about, has been underutilized. It was in the 50s, 60s, part of the 70s. It was used to a degree, significant degree, for earth extraction. And the result has been a somewhat disturbed site. You can see the pictures of the invasive species. They're heavily covering most of the vegetation, certainly anywhere close to the river. There's only one spot that is a little bit less covered with invasive species, and that's over by the hair salon that you're familiar with, passing along Farmington Avenue. The value of the site that everyone recognizes when they go on the property is the river and views of the river. This site is really driven by the views of the river, and that's perhaps where its greatest value, inherent value, exists. The next sheet, Shannon, please. This is part of the POCD documentation. Sheet 6.3 from the POCD is an inset in the upper left-hand corner, and it shows the trail and road connections to the town. The balance of this sheet is a background sheet put together for the POCD as the town staff and you were looking at bike and alternate means of transportation connections. What the POCD map shows is that running north and south, and perhaps you can take the cursor on it, Shannon, that little map in the upper, that inset map, Shannon, yeah, that is the Farmington Heritage Canal. And that map shows the canal trail crossing route for Farmington Avenue. And right there, and that pink blob right next to where Shannon's cursor is, that's midpoint. So it was built into the POCD, and that has been transferred onto this larger map. And in the larger map, you can see the midpoint development district, you can see the trail running north and south. And the key here is one of the the suggestions in the POCD, the transportation section of the POCD, was the connection of the trails. The current zoning, it's interesting zoning, C1 on, I think it is 14 acres, and BR on the 10 acres that is closest to the Waterside 10 and the Plant 17 property to the east. That's BR that is over on that side of the site. That would allow an interesting mixture of uses, but no one's really ever been interested in the property for that purpose. And there's no requirement for a connection to the bike path. So with the MDD zone, when you wrote that zone, there's an incentive built in. It allows the developer to pick some type of uses that might be articulated on a master plan that would be commercial uses. And it also allows a developer to propose a certain number of multifamily housing units based on a formula of 8 units per acre at a net basis, or a gross basis, excuse me, a gross basis. And that is an incentive that was built in to be able to deal with the connection to this trail, because the prime directives of this zone, the MDD zone, is that the owner and developer of this property has to make a very expensive connection to connect the trail, which is 30 feet higher than the property itself, and take that trail and build it through the site. Knowing that that's a very expensive proposition, we spent a lot of time looking at it, and it's been one of the key factors in the planning. So could you go to the next sheet, Shannon? Here we are. This is a picture of the back of the McAllen building. On the left, this was taken during the summer at some point. Up even with the bottom of that tin roofed covered building that is the old railroad tracks, 30 feet above the site in those trees is the actual trail. It's very hard to get a trail to come down to grade, and your options are generally somewhat limited. You can take and build an abutment against a bank like this, or you can build some type of bridge structure. And the pictures in the middle and to the right here are of the bike trail up in the Collinsville, Burlington area, where the trail comes off the old railroad bridge, similar to here, where we're coming off the old railroad bridge. And they're crossing or dropping down about 15 feet to the local street level. And they decided to do it with a bridge system. You could imagine that as an abutment slope built into the trail. And they chose to do it at somewhere around a 10% grade. It's steep, it's not handicap accessible, and difficult for families. I've seen a number of families having a problem with that slope with the kids. So we've looked at that carefully, and we've decided to, we've looked at it, when I say looked at it carefully, we've done a number of studies. And one of the gentlemen on the Wetland Commission the other night, they were very interested in the trail, and they asked us, gee, have you considered building a ramp, abutment, to transit the grade? And we said, oh, sure, we did look at that. And because we're 30 feet above the site, the trail itself is 30 feet above the site, it would take about 600 feet of length of ramp if we wanted to build that at a handicap accessible slope of 5%. It would take 300 feet to do it at 10%, similar to what they did in Collinsville, but it'd be twice as long as what they did. So those suggestions, and we did plans on that, full plan studies, they just looked horrible. The other kicker here is that the Plan of Conservation and Development suggests that whatever happens here paves the way so that the town, shows in this sketch in the lower left-hand corner, so that the town at some point can develop a trail connection into the park. And I think on the GIS, it's called the Community Recreation Center. It's 17 acres of land that you have as an open park that's immediately adjacent to us on the western side of the trail. But the idea is to take a trail in there. So we have been looking for a solution that can serve both the town's purposes and our purposes. And what we've decided to do, and what Bruce Sear was nice enough to go and talk to the state about, is we are going to we're proposing to lower the bike path. And on the right-hand side of that sketch that's on the screen, the sketch in the lower left-hand side of the sheet, right-hand side is the abutment at Farmington Avenue. It's, the actual trail itself is 30 feet above the road grade. On the left-hand side is the abutment for the bridge that crosses Farmington Avenue. What we're proposing to do is sag the bike path, drop it down about 16 feet, and then develop an accessible interchange at that point, and be able to build a 5% ramp down into our site. And that would leave the town with the opportunity of building a similar 5% ramp down into the town park. Now, I put a little loop just because I intended to do it. I put a little loop on the town side of that, a suggestion, because I didn't want primarily kids, but probably some older, unthinking adults to come scooting down on their bikes and lay them over on their sides and scoot down to the parking lot at the town park, not caring about people who might be coming up from the town park. So I built in a purposeful slowing down system. What would be the correct urban planning term for that? Might be a traffic calming measure. So we've been looking at this in a very, very careful fashion. Shannon, can we go to the next drawing? The next drawing takes this to really the next step. It's really a graphic master plan, a bubble diagram of how we put the site together. Unfortunately, 100 years ago, when Winchell Smith was looking at property, he built what he thought was a logical building, put it hard up against the western end of the site so that it could tie in with the railroad tracks. And perhaps if we were looking at this piece today, we might put the commercial building in the center and radiate out from that, but that's really not what we have. We're living with a site that has a building, series of commercial buildings that we have to tie together somehow, built up hard against the railroad tracks. We have frontage that runs along Farmington Avenue, and it is likely that we might, and I've shaded these in that yellowish tone, where we might have the potential for some outlying commercial buildings that would be tied into the property. I would say that we haven't talked about this much, but there is, Shannon, you can perhaps point out the Midas Muffler building that exists. It's an out parcel. We share a common driveway with Midas Muffler. The in section of the driveway is on our property. The out section is on the Midas Muffler property. And Jeff Scott, the property owner and co-developer, has been in contact with the Midas people, and they're in support of this application. The what is shown is in the bubble, the purpley kind of or bubbly color, is the general area of developments of the site. That would be the residential section that is the largest portion. Where Shannon is circling, the commercial would tend to be the areas I've colored as commercial out parcels or the existing. Graphically, we would have roadway interconnections with all of the parcels. The POCD requires that we build sidewalks along Farmington Avenue. That's about 12 or 1,400 feet of sidewalks. They're shown in yellow. And as I talked about at great length, the POCD and the zone itself requires us to build the bike path connection, and that is the dark line that runs along the riverfront. One of the principles of that is that the town would like to have views of the river. They'd like to get people connected to the natural resources, and specifically talked about in these areas. So we would be trying to accomplish that, leaving spaces for the bike path to be extended further to the east, either through the Plant 17 property or along Farmington Avenue, because I know just to our east down at the Waterside 10, I think the path there is 10 feet wide. So it's already starting to come in this direction. And let's go to the next one. This is the colored graphic master plan. We would be proposing, let's start with the commercial, perhaps, Shannon, with your cursor. We'd be looking to, and the architect can talk about this, renovate the various commercial buildings. The tin building that I call it, it's a metal building built in the 50s. That's 2 stories. One of those stories is built into the ground. We'd be reusing that perhaps as a brew pub, and I'll talk about that on the next sheet. But the multi-story building would be reused with commercial retail, perhaps on the first floor, for maybe storage on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor, self-storage. If we can find a way to build some of the residential into it, the building is very difficult to deal with architecturally and structurally. We're leaving some residential units aside that they could be fit into that building, but that's going to take additional study, and that's one of the things that would happen, and as Shannon has said, in the intervening time between hopefully a master plan approval and eventually when we come back with a site plan approval, so that we have the ability. We need some time to get these details together. There are little buildings that in one of the previous slides, there was a picture back along the railroad tracks of a somewhat dilapidated building right there out back of the main building complex, building that's almost built into the embankment. When the bicycle path is built, that building has some tremendous little retail possibilities if it's approved. And that could be a bike shop, it could be a small food spot. It has a number of interesting possibilities. And what we'd be doing in this, it shows in this plan, Shannon, if you take the path down, the ramp that would come down off the bicycle path, it would come down to there, right there, then turn and enter into the property. And along that island, there's a large path along that island that would lead people into the core of the site. So if eventually the out parcel is built, there'd be a path that would take people directly to the out parcel. There'd be sidewalks that take people directly to the existing commercial buildings, and also sidewalks that lead into the core of the residential portion of the complex. So that's really the gathering spot. And as Shannon had her cursor heading into the residential areas, we're proposing 8 residential buildings. The zoning regs limit the building to 3 stories tall. The idea there was to keep the roofs of the buildings lower than the trees. The trees on the site, a lot of the mature trees are up at 60 feet or so. And you want, I think, to encourage the views of the river, but you don't want to overpower the river. So you keep the buildings a little bit lower, and you limit them to 3 stories. We've built, the architect can talk about this, but we have really 3 sized different buildings, relatively similar architecture in all the buildings. The idea would be to create a core in the residential area that would have a clubhouse, it would have open fields, a pool, sidewalks connecting everything. But you notice that we're leaving green along the river. We're not proposing to put anything, and we talked to the Inland Wetland Commission about this. There's no building within 100 feet of the river. All the buildings are back 110, 120 feet or more, 200 feet. The only man-made element that would be within any distance of the river would be the creation of the bike path. And that bike path along the great majority of it, it follows an existing old logging road. So we would be basically doing no disturbance, putting the bike path in on the western, on this plan, the left 60% of the site. Starting right about where Shannon has her cursor there, going to the east, there is debris and I guess it's a good way to put it, debris, soil stockpiles from the earth excavation that needs to be removed. It's infested with invasive species. That would be removed. We'd be replanting that area and building the bike path along the route that was suggested by the town master plan. So let's go to the next sheet, Shannon. This is a graphic. It's in your package. All of these plans are in your package. I added some color just so that they pop out. But this plan gives us an idea of what might be happening in each of the buildings and what the parking attribution would be, so that people have a sense of where we're going on the various floors. I had mentioned the brew pub in the tin building, and we've given a parking attribution for that. We've done that for the main building, for the entire all the different pieces of the development. One thing I would say about the apartment buildings that we are proposing, those buildings have parking underneath them on one side. All of that parking, you'll notice, is on the side of the building away from the river. Our feeling has been it's the river, the river, the river. And we don't want to do anything that harms the river. We want to be able to have people who will be coming here, who we think are going to want to live here because of the connection to the bike path, potential connection to some local retail, and because of the views of the river. This site has potential that virtually no other site around has because of its location on the river. Two-edged sword. You want to take advantage of it, but you don't want to overpower it. So all of the parking is hidden behind the buildings. There'd be no parking that would be visible from the river. And because of the design of the specific design of the buildings, I think the architect had mentioned to me, and he can confirm later, that 70% of the units or more have views of the river. We think that is the value that could drive the income here that would allow the developers to pay for what's probably going to be a very big expense in building this connection to the bike trail. In the end, it means that we're going to be building probably over a half mile or so, maybe more than that, of bike path. Because what we have to do is we have to, this is an interesting idea that came from one of the members of the Wetland Commission. He had said, Phil, how are you going to handle the timing on rebuilding the bike path? And we said, gee, I hadn't really thought about that. I said, well, aren't you going to do it sort of during the winter when there's nobody out there? And that'll allow you to take the time, rebuild the path, and then have it paved when it opens up in the spring. And we said, that's a great idea. That's probably something we'll give some consideration to, and it might be what we do. But we're rebuilding that entire about 1,000-foot section of bike path that exists, and then we'll be building another, oh my God, I think it's 2,400 feet or so as it runs through the property. And it's a nice kind of relationship of benefit and on both sides. Public benefit, bike path that you saw in adopting the regulation, and the private benefit in being able to develop a unique project. And Shannon, could we flip the next one? Next slide. I think at this point, I'd like to stop talking and have Tom Daly and then Kwesi step in and talk about some of the details.
Thank you, Phil. For the record, Tom Daly with Mylone and McBroom. A very important consideration this commission has about approving a zone change application is to confirm that the infrastructure in the adjacent area can serve the project. And it's been our confirmation that in fact the infrastructure does, the infrastructure in the area does accommodate the project. And we would assume that the commission also did take a look at that when they basically developed the midpoint regulation. But in starting off is we have a 12-inch water main in Farmington Ave. It's excellent pressure. I think it's almost over 100 PSI pressure. So we have plenty capacity for both domestic and fire protection. And if you read Bruce Sears' comment letter, he did confirm that he did speak with the Connecticut Water Company, and in fact they confirmed they also can serve the project both under fire and domestic needs. In addition to that, we have sanitary sewer. This is a fairly unique site. What you can't see on Phil's concept, or you saw some earlier concepts, is there is a very large 30-inch sanitary sewer that runs through the property. Phil had his hands full in terms of trying to snake the development around that. That's not a sanitary sewer that's going to be relocated anytime soon by any development. So, but the good thing is that large trunk main has provided us with significant capacity to serve the site. And once again, if you take a look at Bruce Sears' comment letter, he has confirmed that the town of Farmington has confirmed that there's sufficient capacity to handle the site, the development proposal. In addition to that, we clearly have utilities at our front. Farmington Ave is a significant thoroughfare with all the other utilities, gas, electric, telephone, cable, and they're all ready at our front door to serve the project. In addition to infrastructure that's to serve the site, we also have to develop a stormwater plan that also accommodates the town standards. In addition to that, we also have such a significant resource next door with Farmington River. We have to take a real hard look and make sure that we're providing water quality as much as quantity mitigation. And then actually to put another level on it, we do have, we are fully within the aquifer protection zone. As you know, the Connecticut Water Company has a wellhead just located to the east of the property. In terms of stormwater management, we did some significant testing out there, and we found out that the existing soils are excellent. They're excellent for on-site infiltration and groundwater recharge. So our proposal is to really create a disconnected or a spread out drainage system. What you don't see on this plan is just, one big large detention basin to handle the whole project. While that could be accommodated, it's our opinion that that's not what naturally occurs out there today. And also we will get greater infiltration by kind of breaking it into small pieces throughout the site. So we really have accommodated several elements of our stormwater plan. We have biodepressions, stormwater basins, bioswales. Those will all be vegetated basins. They will we'll work with Phil and also our wetland scientists to come up with a planting plan for those to polish the stormwater before they discharge off. And we also have many of those basins are actually working in series. So one flows to the next one, which flows to the next one. That really provides a real high level amount of water quality before our ultimate discharge. And those vegetated basins will basically primarily for paved areas. In addition to that, we'll have some underground chambers, and those primarily will be for building roof leaders. And if you had a chance to look at the Connecticut Water Company letter, they clearly distinguish the difference between paved runoff and building runoff, where they are looking for paved runoff to go through these bioswales or vegetated basins, where the building roof leaders, they're looking for to get those right into almost a direct discharge into the ground, into the sand, and promote infiltration. So we have accommodated those. With the Connecticut Water Company, they provided a couple, I guess, white paper or cut sheets on DEP recommendation BMPs for these projects, and we believe we've accommodated those with some small modifications based upon some input, and we easily can meet their standards. As you know, this is currently zoned industrial, but based upon the residential and the small commercial use here, we're well aligned with aquifer protection regulations and these uses being well suited for in the aquifer. Both Bruce Cyr and the Connecticut Water Company did identify the need to pull back 2 storm drainage pipes. I will note that one of the pipes was actually not even for our development. It was actually drainage associated with the bike trail. But both of those pipes can easily be pulled back and discharged, so we can accommodate that one comment. We would actually just pull those back and then allow them to get into the groundwater infiltration. But it's our professional opinion, and I think it's supported with the letter from Bruce Cyr, that in fact we have infrastructure to support the project between water, sewer, and other utilities, and also we have shown that we can accommodate the stormwater to meet both the town standards and the aquifer protection standards. With that, I'm going to ask Quasi Brown to speak to the traffic.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening. For the record, Quasi Brown with Mylona McBroom. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. We did a traffic study to assess the impact of the proposed development on the adjacent roadway system. We identified a study area to include the Farmington Avenue intersections with Norwood Road, Lakeshore Drive, Brickyard Road, as well as the site driveways. We reviewed site distance along the site frontage from the locations of the proposed site driveways. Based on the posted speed limit, you would require 390 feet of site distance. And based on a review of the site distance along the site frontage, that minimum site distance requirement is met and exceeded a number of locations along the site frontage. We then went ahead to look at traffic data. We did traffic counts in February of 2019, obviously pre-COVID, during a weekday, a typical weekday from 7 to 9 a.m. as well as from 4 to 6 p.m. We also had traffic data in our files from the adjacent development, which is the One Bridgewater Road development that we obtained traffic data for, particularly for the Saturday midday peak period. We also went ahead and looked at site traffic that will be coming from the site using the ITE trip generation manual. We developed site traffic for the site based on that. And then we looked at future condition year 2022, which we anticipate that the development would be in place. We use a growth rate provided by the Connecticut DOT of 0.8% per year. And based on that, we're able to develop future year traffic volumes, which we analyzed. We did a level of service analysis, and based on our analysis, we found that the Brickyard Road intersection as well as the Norwood Road intersections operate at overall levels of service C and B respectively. We did find that the southbound left turn movement from Brickyard Road would be at capacity when the development place, but as a matter of fact, it would also operate at capacity even without the proposed development. And we recommended some minor timing changes to the traffic signal at Brickyard Road to be able to effectively accommodate the site traffic. Based on that analysis, we are comfortable in our professional opinion that the proposed development would not significantly impact traffic operations or levels of service on the adjacent roadway system. And the roadway system will be able to effectively accommodate this proposed development. We also, as part of this project, would make an application to the Office of the State Traffic Administration, given the size of the project, and we hope to be doing that in the coming days. So with that, I would hand over to Todd Clark to talk about architecture.
Thank you. My name is Todd Clark from Blue Moon Design, and we can keep it on this slide temporarily, just to give you a description of the site itself. Obviously, up near Route 4, to the left-hand upper side are all the industrial buildings that are existing. There's an existing Midas shop just to the right that shares a driveway, as Phil has mentioned before. And then beyond that, towards the river, all the way over to the right are mostly the residential buildings that will vary from 140 feet long to almost 190 feet long. And we worked on those to give them a varying look from the outside so that they don't necessarily all look the same. We've taken into consideration from the design review group that we're going to be working on those sort of things. Just to give you a heads up, also there's a clubhouse located towards the center of the site that everyone will have access to as far as the owners or the renters of the units. And then there's 2 basic pad sites that will be on this site, and yeah, that there, and also way over to the upper right corner there'll be pad sites, and that will also have some access to the residential area. And as Phil said, we actually have over 75% of these units that will have some sort of river view. As Phil said, it's all about the river, and we work pretty hard to keep all the garages under the building garages facing towards Route 4, and making 3 stories of units facing the river. So with that, if we can move on to the next slide. This is a concept sketch that we did. This is looking into the site as you are traveling east on Route 4 and directly looking to the right as you pass over pass under the overpass. And as we've described before, there's the existing popular hot dog stand, and then there's to the right of that is the metal building. That's empty right now. There's a mezzanine within the building, and basically that mezzanine would be the level that's going out to the deck that is facing Route 4. So we thought this might be a great brew pub kind of use. Try to create as much activity on the site for the public, which the hot dog stand is just starting to do, and we plan on embellishing all those other buildings to get the public in there to utilize these underutilized buildings. Just to give a brief description, the metal building, we were planning on adding awnings and lights and an exterior deck. On the lower level, we're planning a patio that's down that way. Add a stone veneer to the existing concrete just to soften it up a little bit. So when you go in that lower door, that starts more or less the 2-story section that goes all the way to the back. And there's also a silo on the back side of the building. We decided that because of how dark it was in there, we're thinking about adding a lantern or a monitor. There's one of those things that the design review people recommended that we take a look at. The The interior of this building is really unique. It's a beautiful steel truss with rivets, trusses and everything. We think that would be a great look for the interior. Rework the galvanized metal panels. Currently, it's sort of a salmon colored building. We'll probably change that. But we'll update the building. And again, it's to try to get some public in and out, just like the hot dog stand. And in the back is obviously the industrial building. The challenge here is the second, third, and fourth floor are just under 8 feet floor to ceiling. So maybe in the future, we're thinking about possibly some storage. Yeah, if you would go to the next one. This is a better view of the building from the opposite side, going a little bit further down Route 4. As you can see, we've added some awnings with cable ties, and what's a little hard to see is in the middle of the McCallum building, it's actually 3 garage bay loading doors that are at grade. And as you pull in there, it actually steps up on each side about 4 feet. So we thought this would be a wonderful place to sort of develop like an ice cream shop or a farmer's market or something that generates the public interest and people moving around, in and through the building. We are considering opening up the building that goes all the way through to the backside. We're looking at the feasibility of that right now. So the second and third floors, we're thinking about maybe artist loft, possibly some self-storage, excuse me. Although that's not our first thing, we would like to use it in a better way than just self-storage. We just have an issue with the ceiling heights being so low. On the fourth and fifth, the fifth and sixth floor, there are actually very tall ceilings within there. We can probably build some residential units with mezzanines that would have a great view out at the river, because it will be the tallest building on the site. It would easily look down at the bike path, and also the raised section of the bike path, but more importantly, to take a nice panoramic view of the river. So the left-hand side of the building, we're thinking about, again, maybe a restaurant of some sort, something that will have community access. Again, on the back side of the building, we probably have some ability to create some view off the back corner of the building. Go to the next one. So this is just a concept sketch of one of the pad sites. If we happen to have a multi-use or tenant building, we're thinking about something like this, although it's really going to be driven by the tenant. I mean, if you had a specific store that has a specific brand, it's probably going to change more towards that than necessarily what I'm showing there. But the concept would be to try to keep it traditional in form, more or less, because it will be right on Route 4, and try to have that blend in with the community and easy access. So the drive that you're seeing to the left, that will actually have lead to the residential space or the residential units in behind. Show the next one. This is the back view of the clubhouse. We're really working hard to keep this only about 1.5 stories high, with the main views obviously looking out over the river. So there's a large covered patio area. There'll be a large 1.5 stories entryway, a main gathering room. There'll be a fireplace in there, and to the right there'll be a quieter room for sitting or reading or something along those lines. But again, everything will come out towards the river as far as the view and the uses. There'll be a gym in there. There'll be a golf simulator in there. There's a yoga space. There's a handful of things in there that I think will be really appropriate for the private use of the residential units that more or less surround it. So this, we're considering this sort of the center place for all the residential units. So we're thinking that people will be migrating from their units when they want to mingle with the rest of the people. They'll be coming to the clubhouse, and obviously this side of the clubhouse is looking out over the river. So the next one, please. This is the river side of the smaller building that we have. It's approximately 145 feet long. We're really moving the building elevations in and out by at least 2 feet. We're also creating horizontal lines. So in no section of the building where there'll be one 3-story section that's like vinyl siding. It'll either have some change in color and texture or materials itself. As you can see in the middle section of this building, we have river stone veneer going up at least a story, and then we have balconies that overlook the river. Obviously, those double windows are at least 6 feet wide, and we'll be playing around with the ceiling heights on the inside for upper stories and things like that. But we're really concentrating on not having these buildings look as tall as they could. We're really trying to keep the scale down, try to keep it so it blends into the river view and everything. And so as you can see, there's a few trees there, but really most of the trees are, as Phil said, maybe 60 feet tall. So we're hoping that the canopies will be up high enough that you can look past those trees and down at the river. Next one, please. This is just a typical floor plan. The lower one shows you the garages that will all be facing towards Route 4. And then we'll have units across the way that will look out at the river. And they're just basically all 2-bedroom units. There's a couple of 1-bedroom units. Really the only units that would not have a river view in all cases would be the 2 units on the upper floor plan in the middle. And everything else will have some sort of river view. We even took the upper corner units and gave them a balcony that will look out towards the river in a skewed view. Next. This is the concept plan of the short building elevations. And as you can see, we're moving the eaves heights up and down as much as possible with a fairly flat roof towards the middle of the building, but still try to give it a presence. And as you can see, we're varying the siding, moving the stone up, and on the garage sides, we have cover entryways with downlights so that everybody won't be blinded by fixtures tacked onto the building like so many places have. And so basically on the lowest elevation, you can see we're bumping out a side balcony. So that's actually so that you can actually get a small view of the river facing away from Route 4. That's it. Shannon, can you flip to the next slide? This is Phil and Todd together. To get towards the end of this long presentation, what we were interested in and what the town staff had been interested in was the potential view of the development from the other side of the river. As I'm sure everybody has been out and walked over our side of the river, there is a trail through that Red Oak Hill area. It starts, you can informally climb up to the bike path right about where Shannon's cursor is. Trail runs along the river and it runs down to the boathouse. And I'm told that the high school students get over to the boathouse by traversing that and climbing up to the rail bed and then climbing down along Farmington Avenue section. So we took some pictures, and we included 2 of these pictures, 2 sets of these pictures in this presentation. All of them are in your package. So Shannon, let's take a look at the next slide or 2. About About sometime in the spring, late winter, I was up on the bridge and took this picture on the top of the existing conditions. What does it look like today with mature vegetation on the site? And we had our staff draftsperson insert Todd's buildings in their location at the height that they would be after development in this particular area of the site. There's really no tree removal. The buildings would be built back into the hills. So in the winter, arguably when there are fewer people on the trail, the new development will not stand out and will not be striking, cause anyone any apoplexy, I believe. Let's flip to the next slide. The town staff had said, well, what is it going to look like during the summer? So we had our people take and put leaves back on the trees. My initial thought had been, let's take a worst case situation where we've got the winter views. And in the summer, it's very, very hard to see into the site. So whether the site is developed on the lower picture or undeveloped in the upper picture, it's going to be very hard to see into the property from the bridge, which is the closest and most direct overview of the site. We've tried to be sensitive to that. Let's go to the next slide. I went and took a picture, and it's the third in the series that you all received. It was over at the boathouse, been over there on a number of occasions, and took a picture of the site. And our site starts, Shannon, could you take your cursor and put it about 3/4 of the way across, a little bit further, right there. Right in there is where the Connecticut Water Company has their wellhead, and they've got some type of pumping station. I think that dark shadow along the river, just to the left of your cursor, Shannon, that's part of their structure. Our site is to the left of that, to the west of that. And the picture on the top is the existing condition. The picture where Shannon has her cursor would be our proposed condition. That's probably the area that we would be most exposed, because it's in that area that there are a number of debris piles and a very heavy amount of invasive species that needs to be removed from the existing vegetation. And on that area, on our planting plan, we'd be replanting that. And the next slide, I think Shannon would show approximate the summer condition to be today. When you're out there, you just see trees during the summer. And there would be a filtered view of the buildings on that lower slide. And again, that's probably the area that we would be most exposed. So I think we believe that we've done a good job of trying to be sensitive to the resources. One of the things I was thinking about when Tom Daly was making his presentation, part of the requirement in the MDD zone is that we don't have any direct discharges to the river. And the DEEP has also suggested that, as they have, we have started an NDDB review process with them, and we can accommodate that, and that's what Tom's plans do. I think in all senses we're trying to balance our views of the river with protection of the river. And I think I'd like to turn it back over to Robin Pearson, our attorney.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, all presenters. Just to give you a quick wrap up, we are very comfortable that this application meets the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development under Section 9, as well as the very specific requirements of the Midpoint Development District regulation. I think we can, hold our heads high with regard to the effort that's been put into this and represent to you that this plan is compatible. This master plan, the zone change and master plan, is compatible with the POCD. This new zoning, as Midpoint Development District zone will allow a much more sensitive development of these parcels than you would achieve under existing zoning. As was pointed out, little has been done with regard to reinvestment into this site over the years because of the existing zoning, or because it's just this site may not have been really a good one for the type of zoning that is on the books for these properties. So under the business restricted and commercial 1 zoning, really, you've not seen the kind of development as a town that you would like to see for this site. The Plan of Conservation and Development indicates specifically that mixed-use development for work, live, play community is much more desirable than what the existing zoning would allow. And the plan that we've provided really, we believe, meets that goal of the town when it adopted the POCD regulation in the new zone. The trail development and the connections that are proposed will make this proposed development conform with the POCD. And clearly the goal within both the district regulation for a multimodal path with river views. Bill just ended the presentation with renderings that show what we believe the impacts would be from the river in terms of visual views of the development, and we believe they are appropriate and de minimis. The uses that are proposed here are certainly in harmony with existing zoning. We have, as we pointed out, multifamily already right across the street with a lot of water views on the other side, across Farmington Avenue on the north. We have small retailers along Route 4, and this master plan would provide opportunities for additional smaller retail, commercial, personal service use development on the site, which is compatible with what has been developed over the years along Route 4. And it will allow and incentivize development and reuse of the commercial buildings that have been underused over the years on the site. We've provided information that shows that the stormwater concept plan indicates that stormwater quality will be improved over existing. We've provided information to you to show that the traffic implications with regard to both on-site and off-site circulation and roadway capacity show that this zone change will certainly not be an impediment or a problem for traffic flow in the area. And we've also indicated to you that utilities are available with sufficient capacity to serve this particular master plan development. The special permit uses that are proposed are, well, you heard all our presenters talk about different types of uses that may go into this site. We don't know for sure what they are going to be. So that's why we've proposed a list of uses pursuant to the special permit application that would be able to be used on the site. And they range from small restaurants to, we might see a beer brewery on the site. We've talked about a bicycle shop, various types of storage uses because of the issues we have with the height of the floor spaces in the existing McCullum building. But there are all kinds of opportunities, and that's why we asked for the special permit uses to be validated at this stage of the game so that we can solicit exciting retail and commercial opportunities for the site should this master plan be approved. So for all those reasons, we hope that you are as excited about this as we are, and that you'd be in a position to approve this zone change and master plan and special permit application that we've reviewed for you tonight. We welcome any questions you have, and that's it for our presentation.
Thank you, Robin. At this point, we'll go to the commissioners for questions they may have of the applicant, and we'll begin with Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick Carrier. First of all, yeah, I have to say that I am very excited. This is the project is, I think, going to be great. I can definitely, I can understand or appreciate the complexity in designing this project with the sewer easements going through and the existing building in the corner. I am excited, especially about the bike path, the fact that you're not going with a ramp, and that you're going to go with the 5% versus the 10%, and then you're not going to have a massive wood structure for the town to have to maintain at one point. So I think it's great. I do have one question as far as the boat area down the bottom. What is that going to? Can somebody explain to me what that's potentially going to look like? I know I did see it somewhere in the packet, but yeah, right there.
Yeah, Patrick, this is Phil Doyle. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I was kicking myself for not having mentioned it. There is a lovely promontory about 4 or 5 feet above the river level that is not designated as wetland. You'll notice, and maybe Shannon can take her cursor, there's a dark line that surrounds that area, Shannon, that is technically the wetland line, the hydric soil line. That's the wetland line, and it pulls around this area. It's a peninsula that when they were doing earth excavation, they left, thank God, they left some sand there, and it's a beautiful area that I think over the years, people have been using, the property owners have been using to go to the river. Now, property owners is sitting here next to me, and he's always cleaning that area up because people from off-site come out there now and they use it for access to the river. There's actually some indoor-outdoor carpet that sits on the slope there, and people in the past have put in, I would imagine, kayaks and canoes. Our plan would be to take a gravel path from the clubhouse down to that area, and we'd probably put up some kayak racks, wooden kayak racks that could be removed at times of high water or during the winter, the kind you see at the Connecticut shore in different developments. And we'd want people from the residential development to be able to sit down there on chairs and just to enjoy the beautiful view of the river, and if they have a kayak or a canoe, be able to put them in the water and paddle around that area. So it would be a very low-key passive recreation spot that the residents could enjoy right on the river. So
Okay.
no big construction or anything.
Okay, and yeah, that would be for the residents, I'm assuming, right? Obviously, that would not be open to the public.
Correct. Interesting what happened this year, Patrick, if we could talk about it just for a second. The COVID may be a one-off. None of us really know. But everybody in the world, when I exaggerate when we say the world, everybody in the state of Connecticut, when they were stuck in their houses, wanted to get outside. And probably all of us have noticed, as we've been out walking, hiking, the massive number of people that have been out on trails that were never heretofore out on trails. And that was true on the bike trails, that's been true on the hiking trails. And what the town did, and apparently it was in, I think, the September 15th issue of the Hartford Courant, town had to shut down the parking at the park adjacent to us immediately on the west because so many people were coming in and using the riverfront. And there, underneath the bridge, there's quite a plateau of space, and people park over on the town property. They walk underneath the bridge, right? Shannon is showing where they park in the cursor. people walk under the bridge, and people have been all summer long heavily using the waterfront here. So much so that Jeff Scott, who's sitting next to me, was just going crazy trying to keep people off the property. And so there's, again, I mentioned double-edged swords before. This is a real double-edged sword. We all want to have access, visible and potential fishermen's access, things like that, to the river. But if this year was an example of what we might expect in the future, there could be some real problems. And that's something that we're all going to have to give some thought about public access to the water. I know that immediately adjacent to us in the park, there's 2,200 linear feet of river frontage on the park land. And we have about 1,600 feet of frontage on our property. Fishermen have traditionally come in and have fished along that little section. Shannon, could you take your cursor and run it from the bridge toward to the east? That area, stop, go back, stop, right in that area towards the bridge. That has been a spot where we have traditionally seen people fishing. And if there is going to be public access to the water, we have to be very careful about how we document that and how we control that so that it doesn't end up with an extension of a problem that existed in the park this year. That was a major problem, and we've got to be very careful about how we handle that. So it's an interesting conundrum, very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. And you make a valid point. I did notice that this year, just with the bike path on River Road there, where River Road and Route 4 meet, the parking lot was mobbed and the river was lined with people all summer long. So yeah, interesting point. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Patrick, did you ever go over and hike on that trail that runs along near the boathouse? That was getting like wickedly heavy use. I've never seen it so heavily used. There were trash problems there. So we have to find a way to deal with this in some way that's sensitive to the people who will be residing here, as well as the public. One of the things that Jeff Scott found, he was asking people, he didn't want to confront people, but he was asking people where they were from. And no one was from Farmington. No one was from the Farmington Valley. So I don't know how the area has gotten a reputation, but people flock to the river, and that's wonderful, but it's a little bit uncontrolled, or it has been this particular year. And that's causing us a little bit of nervousness.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Mike?
I appreciate the presentation. It's a very exciting master plan. I also appreciate the work with town staff over the past few years. I remember us talking about this a few years ago and what the plan was for this area and the actual wording of the Midpoint Development District, as well as any potential developments in there. I know one thing that came up when we were adopting the Midpoint Development District language was building heights. And I believe it's 45 feet with 42 feet with 45 if it's covered units on top of the roof. And I appreciate how you've brought it down to, I think it was 36.5 feet for the residential buildings, which was nice. A few quick questions. The potential brew pub brewery parking, is that the same amount as, does anything change? I know this is a new designation for us, brewery, brew pub. Does it require any additional parking that would be above what we normally have?
No, it's a good question. When we look at the list of approved or in the section 32, I think it is, of the zoning regulations, this would actually fall under what might be considered manufacturing. Because we don't have a brew pub built in. It's one of those things that's hard to define. So what we've done is we've said, okay, if you have a brew pub, you have that would be your manufacturing on the site, and we're manufacturing beer. So how many people you'd liken that to a light industrial use that might be based on the number of employees that would be manufacturing that product. That might be 2 or 3 people. It's relatively small. And then the parking, the majority of the parking would be based on how big your restaurant would be. So it's and we developed that idea in discussions with staff, how we might handle something specifically like a brew pub. So Mike, what we did was we looked at the employees. If you take a look on that sheet L9 of mine, where I tried to go through and theorize about what might happen in some of the buildings. There's a tan box with an arrow in above that building that says 5,000 square foot first floor, and brewery, assume 2 employees, or it's hard to read in the light, 3 employees, and we applied a space per employee. And then we said 3,000 square feet on the second floor mezzanine. That would be a low turnover with 1 space per 100 square feet for the 30 spaces. So that's how we came up with that estimate of parking. And we tried to be careful about how we were doing that.
Okay. Thank you. The 3 new curb cuts, are those all going to be public access?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the theories in urban planning has been that if you diversify the number of curb cuts you have, in effect, you create a whole series of smaller blocks. You're distributing your parking, and you're reducing, in effect, the traffic tension. So to agree, that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay. And lastly, the intention of the residential are all market rate rentals?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, we think, Mike, because of the location on the river, we think that this has a value that other pieces of property do not have. And so this would all be a market rate, and we think they would be a superior market rate just because of the river.
Certainly, we're going to have some good views from some of those balconies, that's for sure.
Well, and that's going to pay for the bike path.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Certainly look forward to them. If this gets through, I certainly look forward to working on the site plan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Matt?
Well, thank you for bringing this to us and putting the time in that you have. This is a very large development on a piece of property that has been stagnant for quite some time. There's a lot of interest, but there's also a lot of concern to it. I know reading through all the pages of what you guys had submitted for this has been pretty overwhelming. And I will admit I have not read through every single page. But some of the things, I'm going to piggyback off of something that Mike just brought up, which was the curb cuts. And it was interesting how McBroom came along and said that none of the intersections were going to be affected adversely. However, if you actually look at the curb cuts and look at the traffic leaving the premise, all of the intersections coming out in the new drive cuts are functioning at D and E levels. And that's unacceptable. I mean, that's not not safe. It's not a good environment for people to be leaving every day to be sitting in traffic. And it mimics what's already existing. I mean, I go to Acme Auto on a regular basis at the McCallum's building. Leaving there and getting into that building is absurd. I mean, granted, that's partially because of the grade pulling out of there, but it's not a safe scenario. And adding adding these extra curb cuts, and then on top of that, having them rated at a D or an E for people getting out of there doesn't seem like a very good plan. So I would like to see in the future plan coming forward, if this does get approved, to see some other suggestions that might accommodate a better egress for the people that live at this new development. That may include potentially even making it a single curb cut that requires a traffic light, or something to tie in to the backage road that was discussed for many years that should go out behind the property. There's been talk about that for years, going behind the new senior development at the end of Brickyard, and this doesn't seem to be accommodating or tying into that that concept. It's nice that it ties into the bike trail concept, but I disagree with a lot of people when it comes to the whole bike trail concept. The reality is people in this neighborhood are going to be driving cars. It's cold. They're not going to be riding their bikes to work. So they need to be able to get their cars from A to B. They need to be able to do that in a safe manner. And honestly, I'm a little shocked by how poor the egress is from this this development. So it would be nice if there were some other options, or if it was looked at to see, regardless of if it makes it more of an urban feel or possibly suburban feel, to have a single egress or a couple egress points. It may also be something to consider, similar to Farmington Woods, where they have a guard shack or something to that degree. Personally, I just had a vehicle stolen out of my driveway recently, and having extra security at the end of a driveway certainly is something that I think people are going to be willing to pay for, to make sure that their valuables are secure. So it might be something to take into consideration when you're doing this as well. So there were other concerns in the engineering notes. There were a lot of concerns in the engineering notes, which it says that they were all, you were all willing to accommodate those. So I'm interested to see these plans come back with those accommodations taken care of. Some of the concerns came from Connecticut Water, citing that this is a 41% coverage, which is slightly over what's accepted, which is a 40% coverage. But their concern wasn't necessarily about the coverage. It was more about the infiltration of water and replenishing our water supply with the aquifer being under there. It would be good if we saw a little bit more with pervious surfaces, something that pervious pavers, something to that degree, which was cited by the Connecticut Water as something that could be done to help make sure that we mitigate any of this issue. Now, with that said, I think you did a very nice job with the water retention and all the keeping the water on site, not going into the river. But it does say in there from people that are far more professional and know more about it than I do, that it needs to still have a little bit more. This year we suffered a severe drought and our aquifer has still yet to be replenished. It's essential that we consider that going forward. I had a question regarding the site itself. This site, as you stated, had started off being, well, for a seed manufacturer, but for more of its lifetime was used as a machine, for machining, for automotive uses, oil, etc. There's most likely, to my knowledge, most likely, a large amount of contaminants behind that building and along that the railroad site. So those contaminants, have they been evaluated at this time, or has anything been done to evaluate that? So that's a question I have. Is that anything anyone can answer at this time?
Bill?
We haven't, we only did the test holes that we did, you know, for the 30 test holes. As far as we know, Matt, the owner is telling me that he is not aware of any contaminants on the property. So I'd be careful about speculating too much about that. But he's not aware of any contaminants.
The test holes, I was trying to find that page really quickly. I have all these plans out in front of me, but I don't know if I saw test holes going out behind the McCallum's, the existing McCallum's building.
Yeah, there were a couple back there, but we were careful about those because there's also a stormwater infiltration system back there that your commission approved a couple of years ago. So we were careful in digging in that area. But I would say on one of your comments about the stormwater infiltration and the Connecticut Water Company, and Tom can do a better job on this than I, but we are infiltrating 100% of the rainwater. There's nothing that's going off site it's not recharging the aquifer. We're infiltrating everything. That's been the principle behind the plan, so that we've been sensitive to that from the very beginning. We are well aware of the Farmington zoning regulations. I started working in the town of Farmington in 1978, and since 1978, you've always had a 40% impervious surface requirement, and here you'll know that the MDD zone allows us to have that normal 40%. It gives you, the commission, the ability to extend that under certain circumstances up to 50%, I believe. And we're not asking for that. We're slightly under 40%. But it also says that because we're building this public improvement, the bike trail, that we do not have to include the bike trail in that number, and that bike trail is like 1% or something like that. So the bike trail just fractionally puts us over the 40%, but it's all within the MDD zone requirements. So we're not trying to cover up anything or get away with anything. We're wickedly within the regs.
Okay.
And I think in terms of your traffic, the traffic is an interesting question. We all know that at different times of the day, Farmington Avenue, Route 4 can be difficult to deal with. The DOT will say to us, Mr. Doyle, we don't really care whether there's cars backed up on your property. We care about whether there's cars backed up on our property. So that's unfortunate, but that's the position that they take. One of the ways we've looked at this is dispersing traffic over a number of different driveways. We also recognize that existing driveway that comes into the McCallum building was built many, many, many years ago. Because the McCallum building sits low and because the Midas muffler sits low, you correctly point out that the driveway is steep. There's not much that any of us can do about that. So when we want to, and it's the public purpose, the town zoning regulations purpose, to try to rehab that type facility, there is a built-in dilemma. We're not going to be able to make that a super interchange. We have to live within the tolerances of what we have. But that's one of the reasons why I think the MDD wants to see the driveways in the development interconnected, and our driveway system would interconnect so that people have other alternates. And our driveways would be stop sign controlled so that people leaving, we're not proposing any traffic signals at this point because we don't have the warrants. There's not enough development density here to push a traffic signal. But what we would be doing we would likely, when we get to that point, be making improvements that would have to go through the DOT, because we would be building in bypass lanes. So if someone is looking to make a turn in, I'm sure we've all run into this, if you've gone to the McCallum building, there are times that if you're making a left-hand turn, somebody can't get around you. And so we're going to have to do that level of improvement to Farmington Avenue to make sure that these intersections work. But that's really the next step. We're not there yet. We've got to get through this step to be able to spend the time to go work with DOT. And Matt, I hope you understand that we got to go through these steps, take everybody's comments into consideration, see how we can fit the comments in, and then take that to DOT.
Yes, I am aware of the process on that. I do believe that it still is something that is a concern. I think it would be good to look at other options just to see what options are available to mitigate the off-site or leaving the site traffic. And as for whether or not that's what the state's going to be concerned about, it's something that I'm slightly concerned about.
I get it. I think you got a good point.
I'm sorry, there was something else I had to say to that, but there is one other question for you besides that, and if I recall that, I'll go back to it. But how much material is going to need to be brought into the site to raise it, or are we going to be able to use what's grade currently?
You raise another good point. The site is got a FEMA floodplain that runs along the bank that shows on these plans. It's 175. You also have a separate floodplain regulation. So we have to set all of the buildings at 182, which is 7 feet above the FEMA floodplain. And we're going to have to bring in some amount of material. We haven't quantified that yet, and only because we haven't determined how much material we're going to be excavating out of some of these water infiltration areas, so that we can put our stormwater into the ground. So our goal has been to try to balance that. But since we're not at the site plan, we're only at the master plan level, I really can't speculate on the amount or if we are going to be excavating material. It's going to be close, but we might need to bring some material in.
If that changes the elevations, I'd like to make sure that that's reflected in any of the drawings that come forward from that point on, so that we can see from the river how much taller those buildings might end up being, and get a better idea of what that's going to be.
What those elevations, Matt, are based on the assumption that the buildings are all meeting your floodplain regs at 182. So I think that's the highest they will ever be as a base elevation. I don't think they're higher than that.
I appreciate you taking that into consideration. The one thing I had been forgetting before was I do believe, and I mean, this is speaking off of memory and I'd have to go back and look, but I do believe we have something either in the regulations or the plan of conservation and development about trying to regulate and have fewer cuts into our major road like Farmington Avenue, curb cuts into the road. I don't know if that's in our regulations or if that's in the POCD, but I do recall that somewhere in there. So that's one of those things that I think is, again, sticking with me as a thing that we try our best not to impede too much on the existing, flow onto Route 4 as it is. So I know I'm beating that dead horse at this point, but it's something that's a major concern to me. Other than that, at this point, there's just some odds and ends again that are in that. The engineering report, I'm very happy with our engineers and how they went through that and have come up with some great questions. And I would just like to see those implemented in the future plans if this comes across our table again. So that's all at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt.
Inez?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I think this site has great potential if it's done right. And I liked a lot of things that I heard today. I guess I do have some questions. I'm glad you clarified the warehouse building, because I was really wondering when I reviewed the materials why you were keeping that building. It doesn't look so sound, but now I know. So thank you. The question I have is, does the developer have experience with similar projects like this one in small towns?
Robin, would you and Abe and Barbara like to talk about that?
Yes. If you mean residential development, the answer is yes. So they've done residential developments before, and that's the portion that Coyote Real Estate Developers will be doing. So the other side with the industrial development on the existing site, that is going to be property remaining with Mr. Scott.
Okay, and
I should also add that they've also, Coyote Real Estate Development has done numerous commercial developments also.
like in our state, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes, in the state, locally, but they have done residential developments.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, you know, we mentioned COVID and the current times. So just curious, like what the plan is in light of any economic situation, what the plan is to fill these buildings so we don't have empty buildings.
Are you referring to the residential or the commercial?
All of it, I think, because it would be horrible to go through all this and, you know, environment, even though I think this project is needed in town. But I'm just wondering, are there creative ways of, or what is the plan of getting tenants in both residential and the commercial?
Okay, good question. The clients are very comfortable
ready for 18 months.
That the marketability exists for these residential units. And we are excited and believe that it's going to be something for which there will be a great deal of interest on the residential side. On the commercial side, also the lots along Farmington Avenue, and with this new proposal, once you put the residential in, you know, the residential is going to help support the commercial on the overall development site also. So that's why it's viewed as a live, work, play community. It's all supposed to be, or is designed to be, integrated and beneficial for the various uses. I don't know if any of the owner or the applicants have anything else they want to add, but once a development like this is approved, it makes it much more feasible for people who are looking to invest on the commercial side to actually take the steps to do so. The benefit of doing a development with an already approved master plan is you've got a blueprint that's been approved by the community that people can rely on and know, you know, okay, this is halfway there. This is something that becomes much more marketable than it was before you adopt a zone change with a master plan. And I see that Abe has come on. I don't know if Abe, you had anything you wanted to say, but if you do, now would be the time.
Yes, I do. This is Abe Kawood, and you brought up a good question, Anas. We have done our studies internally, and we feel there's a lot of demand for the residential side. We just finished a project in West Hartford Center, which is one of the hardest projects to build because it's right inside the town. And we have a waiting list for tenants. And I think this COVID-19 created more demand for residential rentals outside the cities because a lot of people moving out of big cities going into small towns. And if in Farmington, there hasn't been any multifamily developments in the last 10 years, with the exception of Colt Highway. So we feel we're comfortable to invest our money in Farmington because the demand is there.
And also this project won't be built in 2 minutes.
And its project is not going to start until middle of the summer next year, probably. So it all depends at that point with the economy and the economics.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for answering.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's see here. Are we getting, and if I missed it, I apologize. I know it's getting late. Are we getting like open space or a buffer by the river? Or did I miss that whole piece? Will anything be conserved along the river? Just
This is Philip again. I think when we were talking earlier, I had indicated that we had no buildings within 100 feet of the river. The only man-made construction that we were doing close to the river was the bike path. And so what we've tried to do is separate the units, push them back as far as possible from the river and leave the entire river open. I think maybe someone from the staff had suggested at some point, it might have been Bruce, a conservation easement or restriction along the river. That's all possible. And we just haven't gotten that far in those discussions.
Thank you. I also was concerned about the exit and entry. I don't know what the solution was. I was wondering if there would be a light, but I know we already talked about that, but that's definitely super important. Obviously for anyone coming to visit us and people living in the community. Yeah, so waiting to get more information, I guess, on the whole situation. Let's see here. I'm trying not to repeat anything that was said. I apologize. I have a list of questions. From the walkability, I like that there's going to be a sidewalk. I personally think it's great what you guys are doing with the trails and the connection to Wauwasa. That's going to be really cool. The one thing that is, for me, is kind of standing in the way is building number 4. It almost seems like it's in a way. So I get the residential, and I think the residential buildings are lovely. I looked at the list of materials, and they are definitely going to look very nice on the outside. They're going to have great views. They're going to have a clubhouse, maybe a pool. The piece that's kind of missing for me is, whether I'm driving into this community, my kids are playing baseball, or maybe I'm biking, I'm missing like that community center piece. It's really more about the residential buildings. That's how I'm perceiving it. And I feel like building 4 is in the way. I feel like when you get off the bike path, you're just driving through some parking lots, and I don't want to minimize it because a lot of work has been done, but I just want to tell you how I'm reacting to what this looks like and feels like. I was hoping for like a space for the community, for the town, to connect that. I don't think everyone will be going to a brew house, but I know it's going to be popular. But I don't even know if you understand my point, but we're going to be navigating through, if I'm on a bike path, we're going to be just navigating through a couple parking lots. I mean, please tell me what I'm missing.
I'm not sure you are missing anything, and I do understand what you're saying. The part of the issue on this site is that we have those areas that this and here, the plan that Shannon has on the screen, the same plan that I have in front of me. Those pink areas, those are all the sewer lines. We have to make sure we don't build in those sewer lines. So part of this has been a game of making sure we can actually fit buildings on the property, and that's probably been one of the impediments in the past of developing this piece of property. And I have debated too, how do you come down from the bike path, and what kind of space do you want to have as you come in, because that area that you're talking about in as building number 4, it's sort of like a hinge. It's like a door hinge. It opens the door or closes the door between the two sides, the residential and the commercial. And because the river is linear, the river is running east and west, and the site is 1,100 feet long, the buildings want to run linear. We have a wetland line that runs along the river. We have the floodplain. Everything's linear. But when you come up to the existing buildings, we were looking for some way to kind of change the alignment and somehow relate it to the commercial buildings. So I chose, for right or wrong, I chose to take and make building number 4 and place it 90 degrees to the existing building so that it would have some type of geometry that would be related to the existing buildings. It would be 90 degrees from it. And in doing so, it would give the people in that building a view between buildings 3 and number 5 of the river. And also they would have a view to the, I guess it would be the southwest to the river. That building could be shifted. I could reorient it and see if as this project evolves, if we could develop a space in that area so that when you come off the trail, you're coming into a transition area there that says you've arrived.
Yes.
And that might be what you're looking for, because we have our community space for the residential purposes is the clubhouse and the large lawn and the pool area and that type of thing. That's easy to understand where that exists. But there's a tension that you're talking about that I understand, and I'll try to accommodate that. We'll try to find a way to achieve what you're suggesting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do also feel just overall that the way you guys laid this project out, and I don't mean to say guys, is I feel like it does incorporate the community interests, and it's very exciting for our area. And thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Marcy?
Yes, hi, thank you. And I also agree that this is just a great use for that area. I think it's very underutilized and sort of a lost space over there. I do agree with Inez, though I'm sort of a little confused between the kind of existing, like how much the bike path or bike path people are going to be invited onto this property to go to the brew pub and to stop at the hot dog stand, versus what I'm hearing a little bit that if somebody's fishing down by the river, we don't want them fishing there anymore, and that they're sort of making a mess. I understand that this has been an interesting year in terms of people finding any place that they can go outside their houses and be safe. But other than this year, that has been a location where people have done a lot of fishing, and I don't know how that's going to kind of be accommodated by the project. So that's sort of one question I'd love to have answered. Number 2, I see a bank going in that was not mentioned at all, or is that an existing bank at the far right upper hand corner? That is also an entrance.
Yes, Dorothy, this is Phil again. I had talked about the out parcels. We're not sure what might happen on these parcels that are close to Route 4. And that was a theory or a theorizing on our part, saying that could be personal service, that could be an office, that could be a bank. It could be some use like that. So I took that and used that as an example.
Okay.
We don't have a tenant. There's no tenant or anything. It's just an example.
Okay. But that looks like that is a potential path into the development as well.
Yes, any of the commercial pads could be a path into the development. I think that originally had been the intent of the MDD zone. So there's, there are these tensions that exist.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds that way. It sounds like, it's open, but it's going to be a community, but that community is going to have use of the clubhouse and the areas near the water. But how are you going to know who's actually, who's going to monitor, who's going down there, or is there going to be any monitoring? I guess that's sort of part of the thinking.
That's a built-in dilemma. When you're building the bike path, you're building public access through the property. So how do we want to handle that? Do we handle it the way sometimes you see it on a bike path, just as an example, where you put up split rail fences?
Yeah.
And you keep people focused. On the other hand, when you're coming to the commercial area, if you take a look at that same plan that Shannon has up over at the base of the ramp that comes down from the trail,
yeah,
got a diagonal there that's colored in blue.
Right.
What we've been looking at creating there was a gathering space with benches and bike racks, so that people could if they wanted to leave their bikes there and walk into the commercial area. We'd also be providing bike racks at the buildings. Now, based on what Inez said, I might take a look at redesigning some of that space to give it a slightly enlarged feeling. So, but one of the key principles in our hope to rehab and renovate and occupy those commercial buildings is we need people.
Right.
And we need people from this community to be able to drive past and walk over. And we need people during the summer and the shoulder seasons from the bike paths to so we're trying to invite the people from the bike path into at least the commercial area of the property very directly.
Okay. And that makes sense to me. I just don't know then how you divide that line if somebody's a resident and so it just it's
hard to deal. It's hard to deal with. I know that we have mixed feelings even on the ownership and the design team about how to handle that. Do you want to put up a wall and become an Arizona, Mesa, Phoenix, where there's walls around all the developments, or San Diego, or are you trying to be inviting and create a series of spaces? Because we have that problem on any street, any side street that has a sidewalk. What's your personal space and what's public space? And public space to some degree becomes the sidewalk. Going off that sidewalk, you can control that with bushes, fences, shrubs, and that starts to become your personal space definition. The old defensible space that was written back in the 60s, we all had to read in urban planning school, that we can use those techniques to set up public and private spaces.
Okay. And then I guess the one thing that there was a lot of traffic study and there's been a lot of discussion about coming in at 200 additional units. Does anybody, and this is maybe more for Shannon, does anybody look at the impact on the schools? What are the elementary schools and how does that sort of get affected with this population? And I know they're 2 bedrooms, so we're not talking about huge families, but just curious if that comes into the equation at all.
The majority of our units are 1 bedroom units. We're thinking this as professionals and
okay.
Stepping out of larger homes. Shannon can maybe answer the particulars, but we do not expect to see very many children here at all, because we expect the population will be either on the older side of having children or on the younger side.
Great. Okay. Well, I think we definitely need to invite that population into Farmington. So I'm happy to see this overall. Curious to see how it keeps going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, do you have questions?
Yeah, no questions. I'm excited about the possibilities. Like others, I worry about the traffic impacts anytime we're talking about something on Route 4, but I look forward to seeing what the site plan brings.
Thanks,
Thank you. John?
Yes, thank you. John Vivert. The first thing I want to say is I know myself and many other people have been trying to solve the problem of getting onto the bike path from this area. So I'm very, very thankful for the way you've come up with a plan to create a 5% trail up to the top of the rails trails. So thank you for that, and I think it works on both sides.
Yes.
The second thing is that I'm just talking about the bike path. You mentioned the fact that there is an existing structure that used to be a railroad sideline. They ran from the tracks over to the building. And the bridge there, although it's not used today, is still there. Just to plant an idea, it might be possible to use that bridge to bring bike path people into that area to get a cup of coffee, to get a glass of water, to get a hot dog, something like that. And so there may be useful uses for that bridge later on. With that said, one of the things that struck me as being odd is the fact that the new bike path goes around your property and immediately brings out everybody onto Route 4.
Yes.
Likewise on the traffic side, the car side, everybody's drawn onto Route 4. And they're brought onto Route 4 in areas where there aren't very many traffic controls. I know that from the discussions around the Mormon Temple, that there was a lot of discussion about a backage road, which I believe Matt mentioned, that would run behind the Mormon Temple, behind the senior center, and allowing people to move over to the Brickyard Road area from behind. I'm not sure if you've had any discussions with the owners of those properties, but it would seem to me that if you could bring your big traffic over to a backage road, you could lead your residents over to a lighted entranceway at Brickyard Road or a lighted traffic light down at the Mormon Temple. And that might allow you to alleviate some of the traffic problems people are going to have coming from 200 units out onto Farmington Avenue. Additionally, if you were able to come up with some agreement with the neighbor to the east to put in that backage road, it might also allow you to continue the bike path further than where it now hits Farmington Avenue, but rather bring it all the way down at least to the Mormon Temple. Have you had any discussions with the neighbor about the possible use of that backage area?
We have not had any formal conversations with the neighbor about that backage road. I'm not sure how far that has actually gone in public conversations or how real it is. I know that there's a relatively new owner over on Plant 17, and as we were waiting to make our presentation the other night, forever, to inland wetlands, they were in front of inland wetlands with a violation issue. So their attention is to a degree somewhere else. And we've also heard that the town was interested in acquiring the portion of the land to the east. So there seems to be some question about what's happening on the land to the east. What we know is we have to deal with the property as it is positioned today. So let me explain. There's a driveway that you will see on that plan that Shannon has. If Shannon takes her cursor and goes all the way over to the right, next to the bike path connection, right where she has that cursor, there's the driveway, the road that goes into Plant 17, property immediately to the east, that sits between us and the Mormon Temple. And that driveway also goes back in to service the Connecticut Water Company well, the Connecticut Water Company. And we have access rights to that. So if at such time someone does, either the town or the adjacent property owner, or the town prevails upon the adjacent property owner to, as a condition of developing further that property under the MDD or some other existing zone, we do have the ability with our driveway system to tie in. We have tried not to, and I'm showing an emergency connection, John, of our driveway to that because I don't know in the future what's going to happen out there. I don't want to cut ourselves off, so we're leaving us the possibility of connecting in. The points that you brought up about the bike path, where it goes, to a degree, we're building a half mile, I just measured it a little while ago, a half mile of bike path. And it's a bike path at the moment that either gets you to Farmington Avenue or gets you to the road that goes into to Plant 17, because no one yet has built that bike path, that extension that shows part of the town master plan that I showed you earlier, that the owners of Plant 17 are supposed to build to extend out to the back of the Mormon Temple. It is assumed, because the town has directed us, the master plan and the staff have directed us to take the bike path out to Farmington Avenue, that the town and or others will extend it to the east. We're building this half mile, but there's only so far that we can afford to build. And someone else has to pick it up from there. And the assumption has been that when someone comes along and seeks approval for MDD on the next property, the piece adjacent to us to the east called Plant 17, I think it's owned by the Mizzy Company, they would then extend the trail further, or they would be building any parallel roads to Farmington Avenue. So we haven't tried to cut ourselves off from that. It just, we don't have any control beyond our border.
So, given the traffic situation that you have, it might be, are you hearing an echo?
Yes.
Yep, it's with you. Do you have your computer on and your phone on? So you gotta
The
turn
computer
the volume on. You gotta put the volume on your computer off.
The computer is not having any sound coming from it.
Yeah, but that's typically what generates the echo and the feedback.
Okay, so I'm not sure what happened. It seems to be off now. I'm not sure if I did anything other than lean back. But in any event, there has been some discussions with those companies to put in the bike path, and that may be something that happens later on. But it seems to me that given the fact that you're building a fairly large apartment complex on a very busy road, it's going to be very difficult for your residents to get onto that road. And it seems to me that one possible solution is if you could buy a right-of-way, I'm not sure what, to create a backage road that would connect it to the Brickyard Road intersection, and then later on connect it into the Mormon Temple intersection. You would give your residents a lot easier way to exit the property, as well as coming back to the property. So just a thought for you, because I don't know from a traffic point of view how this is actually going to work, given the amount of traffic on Farmington Avenue.
Yeah, John, so you're making all good points. I think I'd have to rely on our traffic engineer to give us guidance in that regard.
Yeah, yeah. If I can chime in here, Quincy Brown with Mylona McBroom.
Yes.
We'll take a harder look at the traffic. I think what we've tried to do here is to provide better circulation with these multiple curb cuts, such that you don't have all the traffic congregating at one location. If we're talking about traffic congregating at one location with maybe just one curb cut, then you start talking about a traffic signal, and the volumes coming from the site in my opinion, would not warrant a traffic signal. Because in order to put a traffic signal in, you got to look at traffic volumes over an 8-hour period, and you have to meet certain volume thresholds. And I don't think that will probably be the case for this location. Having said that, we will be going to the Connecticut DOT as well. Route 4 is a state road. DOT will have a significant role to play in terms of what kind of access improvements would be implemented on Route 4. So it's good that you're bringing up all these issues, and we'll take them under advisement. But DOT also would have a very significant role to play in this discussion, and we'll address whatever comments they may have as well down the road.
That would be good. Just as a person who's been in this neighborhood for a while, generally speaking, you don't want to come onto Farmington Avenue from this side of Farmington Avenue and take a right towards Unionville. It's very hard to get out. And with this number of people that would be coming out, it would be very, very difficult. That's all my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Keith?
I have probably a very quick, easy question. The parking by Farmington Avenue where the bike path starts at Farmington Avenue, that is for the proposed commercial space, correct? That's not public parking for the bike path?
The parking up in that area where Shannon has her cursor, John, that would be for the hot dog stand and the brew pub and uses in the building. There are a few extra parking spaces that I've built in for flexibility into the commercial area in general. If a few of those parking spaces ended up as people who might be using the bike path as well as using the commercial space, that's life.
And that's similar to, I'm sorry, on the right side of the page where the bike path meets Farmington Avenue over there?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all for the, it says bank now. I know that's not necessarily a bank set in stone, but so that's all for that commercial space.
It's going to be hard to police that kind of thing.
That's my point. Yeah, just for whoever the commercial tenant ends up being. I think, I think you mentioned it earlier in the presentation about how busy outdoor spaces were this year. I live right by one of the bike path entrances, and there was a police order up and down our street just to keep, the public in the public parking area. So I just, to be fair to the residents and keep all their spaces to themselves. I know there was already a question about residential parking, and you guys haven't necessarily set in stone, but do you plan to number the spaces for residents, or you guys haven't gotten that far?
Well, right now we're basing this on the parking on what the developers feel is necessary for the housing. The town MDD regulation actually provides a relatively low number for housing, 1.25 spaces per unit. We're providing more than that overall, probably 2.5 spaces per unit, because we're concerned about not having enough. So we're still looking at that, trying to justify the numbers ourselves, but so we've tended to be a little bit higher on that parking. And I would also say in regard to the bike path, because the town is hoping to have the bike path connection directly opposite our connection into, and that the town's connection would go into the park. There's that large parking area. It's not huge, but there's got to be 30 or 40 parking spaces that support the ball fields on the town land. And that sketch that I did would take the town connection for the bike path directly to those spaces. So I think for most people that might be using the bike path, it might be more convenient for them to park in the baseball fields.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So far, we have heard from questions from all the commissioners. I personally don't have any questions to ask. I'm impressed with the presentation. I'm impressed with my commissioners' and their interest and concern for our community. So now I would like to go to public comment. Excuse me?
Bill Wadsworth. Right.
If that's what's going to be.
Yep. So we'll go next. I believe we still have the chair. Chair is from Economic Development Commission. Mr. Wadsworth, I believe, is still on the phone. So Bill, let's see if I can get your letter here.
Oh, okay.
There we
Yes.
go. So if you want to start, that would be great.
Okay, just for the record, Bill Wadsworth, 73 Red Oak Hill Road, Farmington. I'm here on behalf of the town of Farmington as chairperson of the Economic Development Commission. And the letter that you see before you was published on November 24th, and I'll just go through a few of the high points. At a special meeting in the Farmington Economic Development Commission held on November 18th, 2020, the EDC commissioners voted to support the application pending before the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. The commissioners reviewed the merits of this project and found it to be consistent with the EDC referral guidelines. The economic impact statement supplied by the applicant stated a project investment of $37 million and anticipated creation of 200 construction jobs and approximately 65 full-time jobs and 25 part-time jobs. This is a well thought out project that has several merits that will benefit the town of Farmington in multiple ways. And I know everybody's been focused on the river, so we all also did, because that most valuable feature of this unique piece of property is that it will be built along the Farmington River. And more importantly, the developer has recognized the importance of the river. Their plan includes buffers and respectful clearing of invasive species that not only enhances the beauty of the property, but respects and protects the river. It is not often that a project checks off so many boxes, and after review of the regulations of the zoning for the town of Farmington, for this zone, there are certainly a lot of boxes. So offerings sought after residential unit and complementary retail and office opportunities, the preservation of a historic industrial building, the private investment in trails and sidewalks, and the revitalization of the underutilized property, all led by a responsible development team with a proven track record. Therefore, as chairperson of the Farmington Economic Development Commission and representing the consensus of the commission, I recommend to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, no, ADRC, Tim Eagles?
Yeah, but I believe we have another chair of a commission that wants to come forward.
Right, so we'll have Tim Eagles next for ADRC. Yeah. So Tim, I think you're on. I can unmute your mic.
Yep, I'm here.
Perfect. So you want to offer your thoughts?
Sure, I'll just quickly read the letter that my committee put together. Dear Chair Brenneman and commission members, at a regular meeting, the Farmington Architectural Design Review Committee held on November 19th, 2020, the ADRC reviewed the midpoint development application for appropriateness and architectural continuity as required by the sections of the Farmington zoning regulations. The ADRC members were unanimous in their support of the zone change and proposed use of the site. They were particularly excited about the connection to the rails to trails and the extension of the trails to the east and the spur to the west to the town park. The committee was uniform in their comments regarding the master plan layout and proposed architecture of the buildings and offers the following comments to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission for review and discussion with the applicant. The site plan feels sprawling and lacks a sense of place. The ADRC would like to see an improved layout that offers better community spaces and creates a campus atmosphere. The ADRC does not believe the proposed layout meets the guideline outlined in Article 2, Section 32B2, mixed use, creative, and proactive planning, hyphen creative and proactive planning shall integrate complementary mixed uses and create a sense of place where people can live, work, shop, and play, thereby reducing dependency on the automobile. Number 3 was, is there an opportunity to reduce the amount of parking and increase pedestrian connectivity within the development? Number 4, include more robust landscape areas that draw people away from buildings. Number 5, consider a central walkway supported with landscaping that connects the residential units to the commercial units. Number 6 was research the Winsell Smith building and acknowledge the historical significance of the building. Perhaps include historical markers or an educational board. Number 7, perhaps the CMU building next to the McCallum building does not need to be saved. Is it more costly to renovate versus removing and rebuilding? Number 8, building architecture for the residential buildings and the clubhouse should tie more to the strong industrial presence of the McCallum building and less to features implemented at the hot dog stand. Take the opportunity to be more unique with the residential buildings. Number 9 was the residential buildings do not have to look like colonial buildings. They should instead connect to the river, woods, and adjacent industrial buildings. Number 10, consider using different size and shape residential buildings rather than a monolithic footprint across the development. Implementing different shapes or styles may enhance the community feel and provide an opportunity for differing building placements. Number 11, the development view shed from Route 4 is equally as important as the view from across the river. The ADRC was pleased to be able to offer initial comments at this master plan phase and looks forward to meeting with the applicant during the site plan review process. As noted above, the committee believes this is a great opportunity for the town of Farmington, supports the zone change, and looks forward to working through the details with the applicant as the project advances. Thank you for your consideration of our position. So basically, you know, the bottom line with our thoughts on the whole thing was that we love the idea. We think it's a great application for this site. We understand that it's a master plan and their initial ideas, but the integration and what the integration of the site between the commercial and the residential felt very split. That we understand the idea of really maximizing the river, but what you see from Route 4 also matters for 97% of the people in Farmington that are going to be driving by the thing every day. And then I think that the biggest and most important one is number 2 in our statement, that the way that the zoning regulations are outlined for the mixed use, that it's really about the creation of a sense of place where people can live, work, shop, and play. We kind of in the back of our minds is something, blueback, square-ish, something obviously not that urban, but something that integrates more the commercial and the residential is what we think that means. And look forward to working with these guys and the commission to further push the project along. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We'll move on to additional public comment. Is there anyone, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition of this application?
Okay, we've got 2 hands raised so far, so I will call at the top of the list. We've got Jay Bombara. And Jay, if you want to unmute your microphone, you should be in a position to offer comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, yep.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you, everybody here tonight. As usual, the chair and the commission, as well as the applicants. I appreciate the time everybody puts into these things and clearly well thought out. I think like everybody, absolutely no concern about the reuse of the commercial space. And that would be a great thing. And it's great that they're trying to save that building. I would note, and I don't remember what happened to it, but apparently, and I never knew this, that there's a structure, small structure out front that actually was a trolley stop, supposedly, according to Bill Warner. And just hoping that, I'm not sure whose property that's on, but that somehow gets incorporated and properly preserved. But I do want to talk more generally and what's harder here, and it's really hard here. And there's really two big issues, and they tie together and it creates some irony here. One is we're hearing that the value of the parcel is the river, yet that's what we're impacting. And we're saying these units are going to be valuable because of the views, and yet that's what we're impacting. The people using the river from the other side are going to see these buildings. I know there's going to be a good effort, and I appreciate what's being proposed, but I think until we really see it, we're not going to know. And I find it hard to believe that we're going to be able to hide these buildings. So that's tough. I would say I keep hearing also the fact that this parcel hasn't been used. Well, there's a reason it hasn't been used. It's floodplain, and it was flooded, and it was never used, except for where Winchell Smith decided to put his grain elevator where he could get access to the railroad. But the reality is, in 1955, it was covered with water, and I think that's why it hasn't been used. So I don't think it's, this should be looked at as how do we reuse this parcel. The real question is, what is the best use for the parcel? And again, other than the residential, really the best use would be what I heard somebody mention they're hoping to do with another one of these parcels, which is to preserve it for the town and for open recreation. And this would get rid of the issues of, are people going to be allowed to come off the bike trail? Are people going to be allowed to come into, who's going to be allowed to use these spaces? Those issues go away. And I know that's hard. It's owned by a private owner right now, and certainly they have a right to propose things. But I think that would be a better use for this property. And at the very least, if we're going to allow development here, I haven't heard anybody talk about less units. I know that there's a concern about the cost of the work on the trail, and I appreciate work on the trail, and that certainly is a incentive to have something done here. But it may be helpful for the commission or for others to understand what the cost is to do that, and how much value is being taken out of the project for the developer for that. But certainly taking out, my preference would be to take out the 4 buildings closest to the river, and then maybe that's a reasonable residential use. And it also allows a larger buffer to the river and would allow a significant conservation area or even a sale to the town of the riverbank. I am interested in the history of the town. I think some people on this call may or may not remember Steve Fliss, who was the town manager the manager for 30 years. And, he said that when he was retiring, that the biggest effort that the town should be making is buying up and preserving land along the river. He was right. Unfortunately, we haven't really had that many opportunities, nor has there been that much of an effort made. And I think that it's time that we do that. I don't know whether this owner would be open to that or not. But I think that, this property, in addition to the very well brought forward issues about the traffic, hearing the concerns about people using the property and how are you going to regulate that. And really, finally, I'll conclude because I know it's late. The other bigger issue is this area was flooded in 1955, and there's no reason it couldn't be flooded again. I recognize that after the 1955 flood, there were a number of flood control projects done upriver, but the reality is it's now 2020, and I don't know when the last time was there's been any kind of analysis of the amount of water that would retain in light of global warming and climate change, the increase in the number of storms in a shorter space of time, as well as the size of those storms. And what's the risk that this area is yet again flooded? And even if not the whole thing flooded, but at the very least, these areas that are supposedly going to retain all the water on the site. That's something that I think needs to be looked into. Finally, again, why this property wasn't developed, I meant to say this at the beginning. You look at the sewer easements through this. I mean, I suspect that somebody got paid good money by the town to allow them to put these significant sewer trunks through this property, and that's how the owner at that time made their money, and nobody really considered it as truly a buildable area. So again, I don't think this property is lying fallow. I think this property is doing what it should do. It's buffer for the river, it's open space, provides recreational use, and I think that that's the best use. So I don't know what you do tonight, but I do look forward to, if this continues to go forward, to these difficult questions being raised, and I hope that people on the commission consider whether or not this, as proposed, is the right proposal and use for this property today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next bit of public comment.
That's me. Sorry. Yeah, we have, the next hand raised is Amy Petra. So Amy, if you can identify yourself for the record, that was helpful.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Amy Petrus. I'm with the Farmington River Watershed Association, and I just would like to provide, I would first like to reread our letter into the record from November 13th, 2019, was concerning the application for zoning regulations amendment to add Article 2, Section 32, Midpoint Development District. And I'm just going to read portions of the letter, but we did send this to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. First, as a general matter, these are some of the comments we made. Any new riverfront development in the Farmington River Valley needs to be viewed and evaluated through the lens of resilience to climate change. FRWA anticipates that the Farmington River and its watershed lands will be put under greater stress in the coming years due to more extreme weather. Climate models predict increased annual precipitation and more frequent heavy rainfall in our region. Heavy rain events in particular will increase approximately 50 to 300% over the historical average for the Northeast, the worst for all US regions. Climate science also predicts that hurricanes will be stronger, more Category 4 and 5 hurricanes, and will move slower, and thus will drop more rain. Recent events underscore how climate change is driving weather to extremes. Severe and sustained flooding in the Midwest, a 500-year heat wave in Europe, one of 5 in the last 15 years, and record historic heat in Alaska, among other examples. This extreme weather will not only stress the Farmington River watershed, but will also challenge the infrastructure we use to store, control, and manage water, such as dams, levees, sewer systems, local stormwater measures like culverts and catch basins. That infrastructure has largely been designed and built and based on outdated historical weather data, not future projections that incorporate the latest climate science. In fact, a recent analysis found that stormwater infrastructure designed to handle what yesterday's stormwater professionals would consider a 100-year storm, a storm with a 1% chance of occurring in any given year, will likely fail to manage flooding from today's severe storms. I know that this proposal uses the 2004, this is something I'm adding to the comment, our Connecticut stormwater recommendations is from 2004, and we need that to be updated. We need that to know that when you're developing a parcel this large, that you're looking at the precipitation that's actually occurring recently, not something that was developed a long time ago. Anyway, I'm going to continue on my letter. Based on these trends, FRWA urges the Town Plan and Zoning Commission to keep resilience at the center of their review and consideration of the current amendment proposal, and they can use it to look at this proposal as well. Farmington needs to prepare and adapt now for near-term future with more extreme weather, more and heavier rainfall, more intense and damaging hurricanes, and a higher risk of flooding in the Farmington River watershed. Second, in light of these trends, it's critical that riverfront land be protected as undeveloped land. Riverfront land has a core ecological function. It acts as a filtering riparian buffer that protects the water quality of the Farmington River by removing pollutants, sediments, toxic chemicals, etc. Intact riparian buffers also enhance the town's resilience by slowing down and absorbing peak stormwater runoff, which in turn lowers downstream flooding risk and intensity. FRWA is encouraged to see this new proposal for the Midpoint Development District will seek to preserve, even restore native plants to the existing riparian buffer for the parcels with river frontage. FRWA will continue to monitor any future proposed development activity in the MDD to ensure that the riparian buffer there is very vigorously protected. I'm going to continue reading. I do have some questions too. Third, on a related note, FRWA recommends that any multi-use trail proposed for the MDD should be designed, sited, and built to minimize disruption of the riparian buffer. As a practical matter, this would mean sitting it outside of the riparian buffer wherever possible. And then if that is not possible, siting it to avoid sensitive habitat or wetlands, to avoid or minimize native tree clearing, and to avoid steep slopes or any activity that might cause erosion. In other words, any trail design and construction in the MDD should be sustainable, low impact, and guided by science. And the proposed regulations should reflect these goals. A permeable trail surface would be highly preferable. The trail width should be limited to minimize impact, and any clearing and leveling should be minimized to avoid damage to the riverbanks or other natural features. FRWA generally supports biking and walking trails for their many economic and environmental benefits, but only if the impacts to the Farmington River and its riparian habitat are carefully considered and avoided or minimized, and water quality is not harmed. These same impact considerations would also apply to any new public access or boat launch to be sited on the riverfront. And fourth, if our understanding is correct, the proposed MDD regulations required low-impact development measures for stormwater management, including no direct discharge to the river. And then it says this latest proposal is further supportable. Stormwater runoff remains the biggest pollution challenge for the Farmington River. Any new development along the riverfront should not add to that challenge. Requiring LID measures will help ensure that any development in the MDD will not do so. FRWA strongly encourages the Town Plan and Zoning Commission and the town planner to be particularly aggressive on this front, as innovation in stormwater management has resulted in a multitude of cost-effective LID measures, such as stormwater wetlands, bioswales for parking lot edges, vegetated filter strips, and rain gardens, tree wells and tree filters for compact and efficient filtration, permeable pavers as an alternative to solid concrete sidewalks or asphalt parking lots. These kinds of dispersed natural stormwater solutions do a better job at mimicking natural water flows than traditional infrastructure. So that there's one more paragraph in there, but we've already provided this letter. You know, we're concerned about, just like Jay, the amount of impervious surface that's in this proposal. The fact that you're allowing them to not to remove the amount of walkways and sidewalks that are from the calculation. I did read through this entire proposal today. Notes from the NDDB letter from the state recommends for the Eastern Pond Mussel, which is located nearby on the site, no vegetation should be removed within the 100-foot buffer of waterways, and that turf grass and impervious surface should be minimized. This is in the NDDB letter in the package. Also, these are, I'm just going to run through my questions because I know it's late. The town supported the Wild and Scenic designation and the special values for which the river was designated, which includes high water quality and biological diversity. How does this zone change to the MDD with its very high allowance for impervious surfaces support those values? Like I just asked, why are sidewalks and bicycle trail excluded from impervious surface when the amount allowed already is so large? Has the developer considered porous surfaces allowing water to infiltrate in parking areas and sidewalks? We're concerned about the canoe and kayak access. What needs to be done in the banks of the river in order to maintain that location? The map looks like it has umbrellas, which it says it's a sandy beach. Is that what's anticipated? Another question is, there's been recent discoveries of prehistoric sites along the river, Avon in particular, and Simsbury. Have the applicants done any kind of surveys of the site? Does this project need any federal permitting concerning discharges to the river? The lines on the utility plan from McLone and McBruins shows some kind of discharge from the underground stormwater retention chambers. Also, federal permitting may be required for riverbank alterations for the quote-unquote private beach. Are any federal permits needed for this project, or are they will they be considered? Also, you know, I did notice these sewer trunks that have been mentioned. Wouldn't that be a great spot to put this rail trail over, or this bike trail? Why can't we put it over the same location where these storm trunks are? That's a location that might be considered. And I think that's pretty much all my comments, plus the letter. Thank you for allowing me to make some comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have additional public comment?
Okay, if anyone else on the line wishes to speak either in favor or in opposition of this application, we need you to raise your hand electronically in Zoom, and then I can call on you to participate in the discussion. All right, I'm going to ask one more time. Anyone interested in making public comment, please raise your hand with the Zoom feature, and we will acknowledge you to participate in the meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing any. There are no other hands raised.
If there is no additional public comment, does the applicant have any additional statements they'd like to make?
Yes, Madam Chairperson, we should respond generally to some of the comments that were raised. In particular, I'd like to ask either Phil or Tom, are you still on?
Yes, I'm still here.
Well, I know that, for instance, we are using LID techniques on the site. Would you like, first of all, to be able to make a response with Amy Petros's comments?
Sure. Once again, Tom Daly for the record. I think we're well aligned with many of those guidelines. First of all, we will be using the brand new NOAA rainfall data as opposed to the historic and what was in the 2004 study. So we've been, as a company, have been using that over the last few years because we do understand that the intensity of rainfall. So that will be accommodated in this. And I think from an LID standpoint, as Phil indicated, the goal here is basically have 100% on-site infiltration, which is ultimately the goal of LID, is to avoid point discharges to the river or to the water source. So we're going to use a large palette of tool. We're going to have a big toolbox in terms of what we want to use, but as Amy indicated, we want to use bioswales. We're going to use stormwater vegetated basins, rain gardens, and those. So I think we're well aligned with the approach that that the Farmington watershed is looking to do in terms of how we're going to manage stormwater. Ultimately, we have to get into those details, but I think we're well aligned there.
And also, can you comment? I know we were following up, and this is Robin Pearson speaking, that we're following up with the with DEEP and the National Diversity Database comments. I know we were looking at our plans a little more closely with regard to some of those items.
Correct, and I don't know of any federal requirements that are needed at this time, but obviously as we get into the site planning, we will have to always evaluate both state and federal requirements. The National Diversity Database, frankly, Phil, we normally don't do it that early to request that letter, but Phil did go ahead and do that. This project ultimately will probably need a stormwater general permit associated with construction activities. That is primarily focused on erosion control and making sure that the erosion control is up to snuff. But as part of that application, we cannot even submit to that application until we have a clean letter from the DEP on the National Diversity Database issues.
Excellent. So those issues are being protected in terms of moving forward with this application. Those are all boxes that we're going to have to check and make sure those safeguards that have been addressed in your letter, Amy, are going to be met by this plan. Tom, was there anything else you wanted to add on that? And then I'd like to have Phil just reiterate that we're not proposing changes to the shoreline along the minimal access point we're talking about for kayaking. But Tom, before we turn to Phil, I wondered if there was anything else you might have to say.
No, I think that's it for me, Robert.
Okay. Phil?
Yeah, and just, Tom, don't go away. A few things. I have no idea whether this site was flooded or not in 1955. The Army Corps of Engineers, as we all know, has done a significant amount of work upstream. And FEMA, I believe, recognizing that, has established their own flood studies. And Tom would know better than I how often they update the flood studies, but they do update them. I'm not sure when the last flooding update was done in the Farmington area, but we're using the latest cross-section elevation information they've provided. And we know we have a flood line. This really gets to the question of resiliency and that Amy, I think, was bringing up, and what Jay Barbara was asking about. But we have a 175 flood elevation that runs along parallel to the river. Farmington has its own flood zone regulation that takes and amplifies the number. It requires a higher elevation, a 182 elevation. So in terms of resilience, we're setting all of this development up substantially higher than what the FEMA would require, and it's consistent with the town regulations. We're also setting the buildings back and all improvements back from the river, and trying to stay out of any zone close to the river, at least 100 feet. I think the closest building might be 110 or 120 feet from the river. So we're trying to be respectful of that, of the riparian area between the building and the river. I don't believe there are any federal permits necessary for our development of the property anywhere along the river. The area where we're going to allow people to use the river, it's a gentle slope to the river. It's a beach now. We would be making virtually no improvements to that area, so there's no earthwork that has to be done. And I have to say, one of the encouraged uses in the town and the state wetland regulations is to bring people to water bodies and rivers and allow both views and access to those in some safe fashion. And that's what we would be proposing to do as we move forward in this endeavor. In regard to the location of the bike trail on the sewer lines, that's really a non-starter, I think, from the developer's point of view, and also from the town's point of view. The town plan of conservation development intentionally wants to have people have views to the river, to the resource, from some appropriately located bank, and that's what we're proposing. The sewer lines run relatively deep into the site in relation to the river, and we would not be able to accomplish that goal. It would take the bike path directly through the development, and I think that just wouldn't be appropriate. So we are not proposing that. In regard to the impervious surface, we're meeting all of the town regulations in that regard. And yes, we have considered the possibility of using porous pavement. As everyone knows, bike paths are if you want to build it to a standard, is 10 feet wide of paving. With the sandy soils that we have, that is possible that could be porous pavement. And we could, rather than sending the water off the trail into a biofilter, we may be able to just infiltrate the water directly from the trail. And our proposal in locating that the bicycle trail is no disturbance. It's completely consistent with activities in that area. There's would be no need of tree removal. There's no wetland disturbance. It is all relatively straightforward. I think that's all I could add at this point.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Are there any other questions from the commissioners that you would like us to address at this point, or?
So commissioners are more than welcome if they have another question to do it. Patrick or Mike or. I don't hear anything, Robin.
All right. I forgot there were 2 written correspondence that were included, but I'd like to show them on the screen, so I apologize, everyone. Well, we received written correspondence, and this has been shared with the commission and the applicants, and now it's being shared on the screen. The neighboring property owner, Gino Mancata, that owns the Gallery Salon, submitted a note in support, and we also received a letter of support from the Chamber of Commerce dated December 2nd. And that shows on the screen. I'm not going to read them into the record. They're there on the screen and the video record, and they're also part of the permanent file. But I did want them acknowledged for the record. Thank you.
So, Madam Chairperson, well, unless any members of my team feel something remains that they have to put on the record, I think we have concluded our presentation, and hopefully you'll be able to take a vote on this application.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll close this public hearing. Right now, we're in a position of having to take action. And understand that what we've seen and listened to tonight is a proposal, and what we're being asked to evaluate is an application for a zone change and a special permit. Those are significant actions for us, and in order to begin the process, we need a motion and a second to open conversation, please.
This is Ines St. James. I make the motion to approve the application from JRF Management LLC and Kawood Real Estate Development LLC for a change of zone of approximately 24.85 acres site with existing industrial building from C1 and BR to Midpoint Development District with master plan and special permit for mixed-use development, including commercial and multifamily uses and structures at 1371, 1349 Farmington Avenue, and the adjacent lots 8218, 8237 Farmington Avenue as presented.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Patrick
Mike
Carrier.
Rubel, second.
Patrick Carrier, second.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, we'll open it to conversation. We'll start with you, Patrick.
Yeah, all right. So, just by looking at it and from what I've heard, I mean, you know, the site it's got its restrictions. The sewer easement going through it, the building in the corner. It would probably be easier to have a more of a blueback square, I think was mentioned, appeal to it or feeling to it if, you know, if that building wasn't all the way there in the corner. I mean, I don't think that there's all too much I think they did a great job with the way this thing is laid out with what they're working with. That's my thoughts.
That's it, Patrick?
Yep.
No, just echo what I had mentioned earlier. I mean, I'm comfortable with voting on the application for the change of the zone as well as the master plan, with the understanding that, you know, this certainly isn't a site plan. This is just a general idea. It sounds like the developer is more than willing to work with any concerns from DEP or the Farmington Valley watershed. So that is it.
Matt?
I voiced my concerns earlier. I think I don't need to go rehash into that. I would like to make sure that those things are addressed. And I would really like it if this came back to us before a formal site plan review as an informal discussion at some point. I think that I want to see the engineering stuff put in there. I want to see actual plans that have the correct elevations included. And I want to see that stuff before it comes to us. This commission has a habit of voting on things as soon as they come across our table. So I kind of would like it to come across informally before that occurs. So that's all my thoughts for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Inez?
Thank you. Yeah, I had a chance to ask my questions, excuse me, which was great. It fits our POCD. I get it. There are definitely concerns that we raised that hopefully we'll get answers to and some solutions. You know, our world is changing. I do think that we need something like this where we live. I still feel like this is very heavy residential. I understand we need some new residential. I get it. You know what I do for a living, but I still feel like the community feel is missing to me. I would love if building 4, for example, was completely gone, but that's my opinion. I'm comfortable voting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy?
Yeah, Barbara, I have no further comments at this point than things that I mentioned before. I'm comfortable.
Thank you. I can take comment from the alternates, although they don't get a chance to vote. If any of them want to make any comment.
This is John. I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
My comment would be I would like to see this continued until the meeting in January and have the applicants come back and address the issues that have come out tonight. We had a lot of issues from a lot of different places, and I'd like to see where they come out in terms of addressing these issues.
Okay, thank you. Scott, do you have any comment, or Keith?
This is Keith. I have no further comment.
I'm fine as well.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we've heard all the conversation we need, and so I'm going to call for a vote for the application. All in favor? Want a roll call vote? Do you want a roll call vote? Shannon?
I don't think, it doesn't sound like that's necessary.
Okay.
If you
No,
want,
that's
do you want it?
No, that's fine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
This is Matt Pogson, and I'd like to abstain.
Do you want a roll call? No, just leave it the way it is.
Sounds like 5 in favor.
Yep. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a motion on both the special permit and the zone change, or just the,
Yeah.
It was everything, so Inez read the legal description in its entirety, so it's the zone change, the master plan, and the special permit.
thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.
Planners report?
Yeah. We've got a couple of things. Okay, first item under planners report and it was in the agenda review and the supporting documents were sent as well with the agenda review. It has to do with the Epicure Plaza, with the Naples Pizza and Starbucks at Plaza. The owner is proposing to install 80 linear feet of fence in the northeast corner of the property line. If I scroll down here, you can see there's parking here and the dumpsters for all the dumpsters for the plaza are located here. So the owner is proposing to install 80 linear feet of 8-foot-high vinyl fence. So given that it's, it's on a commercial property, it has to come to you. I intend to sign off on it, but obviously if the commission has any concerns and feels it rises to the level of a full site plan review, you can certainly request that. Otherwise, I intend to sign off, and the owner will submit for a building permit as required for an 8-foot fence. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. In your packet was included the spec sheet. It's a traditional 8-foot fence, stockade fence, so that it's providing a physical barrier between the parking and the adjacent property, and there's a small water course that meanders off the property here, onto the property here, and then back off the property. So it's going to provide screening to that in the adjacent neighbor.
Does anybody have any concerns about that, commissioners?
This is Inez. So I think, Shannon, this is the one where the neighbors complain there's always trash, right?
Correct. That was discussed at the last meeting, and when we were talking about the uses.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yep.
Now, does it have to be white? Just rather than blend something to blend it in? I just feel like it's going to be ugly. I'm sorry.
I think he mentioned he's used off-white in other areas, but either way, it's got to be maintained. So
yeah, we need something there. I think it's a great idea for a fence. I just wish it wasn't white.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yes, this is Keith. I'm sorry. So with a building permit, that would not come before us, and the neighbors would not have input. He would just be allowed to put it up as soon as you guys approve it.
Correct. Yes. So, and typically a fence doesn't warrant a public hearing with your commission, unless, of course, you decide there's an unusual circumstance to hold a public hearing.
No, personally, I'm fine with it. I think, given the concerns that were raised last time about trash potentially getting all the way into the river, I think it's a great idea. My concern is I know that the two neighbors are very sensitive about that area, and I just don't want to, for lack of a better term, kick a bee's nest by putting something up that they have to look at that they hate. But personally, I think it's a great idea and a good solution to the trash issue.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yes, this is John.
Yep.
I agree with Inez. I like the idea of a fence, but I wouldn't want a white one.
I will relay that to the property owner and see if he'll consider something
Matches
in
the
an,
building. maybe.
in an off-white, you know, either a beige color or a brown, given the wooded area adjacent to the stream.
Thank you.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Matt Pogson, and I just want to agree with the last two comments. I think that is going to be an issue. So I would really appreciate it if you relay that message. And would we have any say in that if it came into us as a site plan instead?
I'd have to look, Matt, I don't, off the top of my head, honestly, I don't know. Because you don't regulate color on, like, technically, you don't regulate color on buildings or on signage technically unless it's in, like, a Farmington Center zone or a Unionville Center or historic. This is not in either of those zones.
Right.
So I think if I convey that to the property owner that we prefer something other than a stark white, my guess is he doesn't want to have to clean it on a regular basis anyhow. So
Right.
there's probably a reasonable compromise to be made there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And this is Marcy. I'm looking at where the arrow points, and that's looks to me like, and then based on the scale, they're saying 80 linear feet. And if I look at the scale on the bottom, we're talking really behind the building, right? We're not talking like where that yellow line comes out. So I don't really have too much of an issue with this as long as it complies with what the neighbors wanted, which was that they wouldn't have the trash on their property. So it looks sensible to me. And I don't think anybody's going to see it.
Correct. You won't, you're right, Marcy. You might, as you're coming down Farmington Ave headed eastbound, you might catch just a glimpse of it, but the majority of it will be behind the building and blocked by the building because it's limited to
that
this
short area. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
Correct.
everybody driving down Farmington Avenue would be better served to watch the traffic.
Well, there's
You are so funny.
there's that. So,
Thanks for waking me up, Marcy. You did it.
okay, so it sounds like the consensus is I can proceed. We'll let it go to building permit with a strong encouragement to the owner to do something other than stark white. So,
Yes.
Heard you loud and clear. Thank you. All right, I got one more for you. Bear with me. I know the hour is late. Again, this was in your agenda review and supporting materials were provided to you. And this has to do with the Jefferson Crossing neighborhood. This is a private roadway, and the neighborhood, as I noted, has had substantial public nuisance issues since May 2019, unfortunately. So because of that, they are requesting that they be allowed to install a gate at their entrance drive. And I believe I've got some photos here. So this is the existing entrance, and I think there's a photo. There might be a photo simulation. Those are all back. Sorry. So that's what the gate's going to look like, and the gate will have a keypad for deliveries. The owners will have a remote. There's a emergency siren preemption system that allows for emergency vehicles to enter, and dispatch will have a key code, and there is emergency backup power connected to one of the adjacent homes. And actually with the recent storm, they had an opportunity, there's light there as well. And so they had an opportunity to check the backup power actually does work because the lights at the entrance drive work. This has been reviewed by our emergency personnel, and none of them have any issue with it. They understand how this will work, and there's no concerns. And actually, it was suggested to them, to the neighborhood by PD, because PD is having to be up there so often, quite honestly. So that's the request, and the request again for this is to allow this to be addressed. My intent is to handle this administratively unless there is something here that the commission feels otherwise and needs to come in for site plan review and a formal review with your commission.
Can it be pink? Okay, kidding.
No, I like it black. I think it's a black gate at Swing Rhode Island Gate. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you for the heads up.
Absolutely. Anyone else, any questions, comments, concerns?
Looks good.
Okay. Silence is golden. We will proceed. I will proceed accordingly. Thank you for indulging me at this late hour.
Thank you for your indulgences tonight. We have one more issue, and that is the minutes of the last meeting, please.
Oh, I'm all over that. I make the motion, this is St. James. I make the motion to approve the minutes of the November 9th, 2020 Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting.
The second, please.
Marcy Schwartz, second. The only two.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank
Drive
you,
safely,
everyone.
ladies.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
holiday.
Good night.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
I already had to log off. I'm at like 4%.
Huh?
I already had to leave.